Так. Значит, с нее?
Нет, вы начнете с него, но просто без презентации.
Что будет?
У него презентации слайдов не будет.
Не будет. Потом?
Да, поэтому тотик, у него будет слайды, вы кликаете.
Это я буду кликать.
Вы можете, нет, вы передадите Дамиру, Дамир передаст тотик. Хорошо? Просто
Хорошо, она
когда
будет.
закончите, просто ему клики отдадите, хорошо?
А сейчас, если я включу... Зекадимов пошел.
Да, все, дальше будет нажимать.
Хорошо. Так. Так, сейчас, одну минутку. Так.
So today we'll talk about the advantages of the artificial intelligence. We will have a number of different topics such as AI and humans, threat or benefit, from communication to intelligence, telecommunications and the foundation of the AI industry, new opportunities for women in the AI age. So there are huge investments in the development of the artificial intelligence. More than 40 billion USD is invested in the development of the artificial intelligence. A lot has been said. Many people were talking about the threats of the artificial intelligence, that some of the professions might disappear or will be replaced by the artificial intelligence. If you remember how the artificial intelligence was created, one can recall the history facts. At first it was related with the automation of the industry, and then it turned into the everyday life in the household use. Many people were afraid of losing their jobs, and this is not something new. People hate the progress. Sometimes they wanted to destroy factories, they wanted to get rid of robotic techniques because people were afraid of losing jobs. And the second important thing is the interaction between the state and the human. We were talking in here about administrative issues. People were talking about the electronic government, about the use of artificial intelligence and how to resolve an issue very quickly. So the artificial intelligence is there to help us when we face a challenge. People are thinking how to get rid of the paperwork, how to get rid of unnecessary operations or computation when the artificial intelligence is used. The artificial intelligence is piercing almost all industries and almost all spheres of a human life. So I wouldn't like to talk about the so-called nuclear case. You know, some of the issues in the political life can also be resolved with the artificial intelligence, but the human factor must not be forgotten. The UN General Secretary declared that the use of the artificial intelligence has the existing threat of the human being. And finally, the most important year in the artificial intelligence is that the artificial intelligence will be one of the means to commit crimes, and how to deal with it, how to live up with this, that artificial intelligence will provoke crimes. So you can see here the title of this presentation, Three Laws of the Robot Techniques of Isaac, by Isaac Asimov. So a robot may not injure a human being or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm. This is one of the first laws. The next one is a robot must obey orders given it by human beings except where such orders would conflict with the first law. It was about the first law. So the first two laws are about the security. So it will be very comprehensive, and today we can see that the person who was science fiction writer, he wrote it since the beginning. He was a little bit naive, and the only things were considered as sin, material and personal. What I mentioned here might be on the verge of these two sins in between. So by doing so, let's take a different look. Let's talk about the benefits as well as the threats that the implementation of the artificial intelligence may pose and what we can do about all this. So you can see the namings of this. You can see the first two laws that I've given you. So here, Dorian McKenna So the topic of my talk is the artificial intelligence for the good of the population or for its detriment. So you can see here different aspects of this law. Igor Markovich, please, dear friends, dear colleagues, Igor Ivanovich, thank you very much for your talk, for your introduction. As a matter of fact, I don't want to claim to be an expert in the artificial intelligence, and I cannot answer directly whether it brings the benefit of the damage to the population. And here you can see some of the advantages and disadvantages of the artificial intelligence, and people tell us different horrifying stories that it will lead to the social inequality, criminalization, creation of new jobs by transforming the old ones, decreasing the middle age, making the rich people richer and poor people poorer. This is not all about me. What I really know is that in the coming 10 years, the most common profession, such as taxi drivers or truck drivers, that account to 20 million people globally, will lose their jobs. So I'm not the right expert that will discuss about global things in here, but what I would like to tell you what I'm specializing in is that there is a flow cell, our project. This is the client's return project for the repeated purchase. We help business to develop the artificial intelligence to automate the first line of sales and the administrators' endeavors. This is a pretty small job which we are doing every day. We work in 70 countries and we serve 2,600 clients globally. Probably most of you know such a feature, such a role in any company, or whether it's a storm company or digitalization, and sometimes they don't really know what the challenges they see. Sometimes there are some things to offer tea, coffee, to make telephone calls, to keep notes of registration, to put code in the wardrobe, to record the products. These are the routine work they do every day. And besides that, many organizations, such organizations are dealing with SMM, employ people, prepare reports, and we understand that the core feature, which is in administrator, office manager is doing, these challenges do not fully comply with the business needs. That's why we resolve a pretty tiny but very needy thing that brings benefits to the business, I mean the sales. And our artificial intelligence helps people automate their work, automate the work of the administrators, increasing the speed of telephone calls, answers, pre-sales, cross-sales, record keeping, and other things. If we consider as particular example of our business and the benefits that we bring with the use of the artificial intelligence, it brings largely the benefits not only for businesses that work in this sphere, but also to the client's clients. So if someone want to discuss on this topic, then I'm in favor of the fact that the artificial intelligence, along with the automation, digitalization, and the internet, bring benefit to the population. And this is what we have to take for granted, and we need to live up with this. Thank you. Thank you. And now our next speaker. So now the next speaker is from the Great Britain. She is the founder and general director, Bella Raleigh of Emirates AI. Please, the floor is yours. She's dealing with the development of the products and the service provision, with the focus on the research and model product creation based on the artificial intelligence principle. Furthermore, she is the founder of AI company Diverse AI that promotes the tools just to promote the diverse and inclusive future with the use of the artificial intelligence. Please, Madame Zhu, the floor is yours. Duke, the floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, I can hear myself, so I'm sure you can hear me. Yeah, so to answer the question directly, is AI a benefit? For me, it is a benefit, but it's not very beneficial to society right now. And there's so many reasons why. How does this work? Where am I supposed to point this up? Okay. So let's look at AI's benefits. It's being used across the world today in so many different areas. For example, we have AI being used in health and hunger. So UN is using it to achieve the SDG goals for zero hunger by 2030. It's being used across agriculture in so many ways. Something is missing. Sorry, my presentation is not quite working well. I'm just going to talk through this. It's being used by criminal justice systems, policing, security and justice, education. Literally in every sector in society now, there's lots of talk about AI and the benefits it has to the economy. All right, and it's being used for crisis response. And even with climate change and prediction, AI has been here for a very long time, literally since the 1800s, that was the beginning of the advancement of the technology. I'm just going to pause here to emphasize that AI is not necessarily robots, right? The robots that we saw out there are not really using AI to massive extent. The amount of AI that's being used in robotics right now is in self-driving cars, and that technology still has issues, but it is advancing a lot. Okay, so I'll move on to an example of AI's benefits. So this is an example of how AI is being used for good, and AI for good is one of my favorite topics, AI for good and responsible AI. We have this man here, we'll call him Dimitri. He has a speech impairment, he can't speak very properly, and this is a project that was led by Google during the time I was at Google, and it's still happening now. They used AI to decipher his communication. In other words, they put some neurons on his brain using AI technology, and he was able to, they had already trained this technology on speech. So there was a lot of examples of speech from people that are speech impaired, and they're able to get what Dimitri is trying to say to his family and to his caretakers across. In other words, Dimitri was never able to communicate to his family before, and after this project called Project Euphonia, Dimitri is able to effectively communicate to everyone around him, and they can hear what he's trying to say, and he can hear them as well. So this is a great project, and this is one of the ways that AI is being used to improve people's lives, and that's the overall benefit of AI. It's meant to be a tool to help us as humans and be an assistant. All right, but AI has a lot of risks, and according to the NIST, which stands for the National Institute of Science and Technology in the US, it's been categorized into 3 different areas. So we have harm to people, we have harm to an organization, and we have harm to a system. So when we talk about people, you know, citizens and everyone that lives in society, members of society, consumers, when we talk about an organization, we want to think about cyber attacks and malware and things that can affect a company and a business. And the last but not the least, harm to a system could refer to like financial systems, right? And imagine if there's a malware that attacks an overall system, there's so many organizations and countries that can get affected. Breaking it down into smaller chunks, I have about 8 different categories here. One is social inequities. If you have been in the AI space, you would have heard about AI bias a lot. There's lots of issues with AI coming up with outputs that are incorrect, and it discriminates against people from underrepresented groups in different ways. We have lots of concerns around data and privacy violations. There's lots of talk around DeepSeek right now, and there's questions around data. I just heard that, you know, the Italian government has actually stopped DeepSeek from Italy. They've been banned until they can prove how they're using Italian users' data for DeepSeek. So there's lots of concerns across the globe by people, by organizations, by governments on data and how AI, you know, how the data is being harvested, how it's being stored, and how it's being used. There's also lots of concerns on energy consumption, right? Large language models, generative AI needs high amounts of energy, water and energy, because the data centers need a lot of cooling. So it's really, you know, leaning into and affecting the climate right now. In the midst of climate crisis, we are building systems that are leaning more into energy consumption, and that's not great. There's concerns on disinformation. AI hallucinates, large language models hallucinate. They come up with a lot of information that is incorrect. I call it lying, you know, and they have misled so many people, and some people have even taken their own lives because they were misled by these large language models. There's concerns on human rights. Lots of people are getting arrested for crimes that they did not commit because CCTV and facial recognition wasn't built properly, and it's, you know, wrongfully accusing people, and on it goes, right? We have copyright violations, we have psychological safety, we have lots of scams, voice phishing scams, you know, email phishing scams, and the risks and errors with AI are quite huge, and they cannot go ignored. That said, you know, the field of responsible AI helps to address some of these risks, and I came up with a responsible AI framework in my first book, Building Responsible AI Algorithms, that talks about the different ways that we can address the risks that I've mentioned and the challenges that I've mentioned. You know, thinking about overall AI policies and principles. How do you want to protect the users of AI? You know, are you going to use AI to build weapons of mass destruction, or are you going to use it for good? So having these policies in place, either in your organization or in your government or in your country, is very important. Thinking about data ethics, how the data is being collected, how it's being stored, are people even aware that the data is being used, how long is the data being kept for, and lots of things around transparency on data is another important thing to help address these issues. We have things around fairness, which really addresses bias and discrimination and stereotypes. We have things around safety, where you can run lots of safety tests and guardrails, testing the systems before they're launched to make sure that the outputs and the results are safe for the users. And there are 4 other principles around explainability, transparency, humans in the loop, making sure that humans are still part of the overall process, development process of AI, and we're not just leaving it for AI agents to run the show. We still need humans to make sure that, you know, the AI outputs and development is accurate. Privacy and robustness will protect against data leakages and privacy violations. And the last but not the least is overall AI ethics, around energy consumption, around the well-being of the annotators, the people who label the data sets. So I'll end off on this note, right? AI technologies are moving really quickly, and we all know that now. Everyone is talking about AI. I mean, this event is all about AI, and it offers so many benefits. We're not enjoying the full benefits of AI yet, because it's still a very new and nascent technology, and it's being built really quickly. But we need to make sure we do the due diligence, slow down the production of AI, while we make sure that we have the right responsible AI principles in place, so that at the end of the day it can be beneficial for all and it can protect all members of society. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chu. And as we could see, not only the benefits, but also there are other aspects that we should explore. I would like to give a floor to next speaker, second. It's the dialect of visual analysis empowered by AI for convenient and safe cities. Daniel, please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, colleagues, audience. Today I would like to elaborate on the benefits, the analysis empowered by AI, how we could construct comfortable cities for. We are the target AI. We started from the startup. We have a team with 72 employees in Almaty. I want you to know this is my team. I have displayed it on the slides, and the main focus of our products is not only the smart city but also the solutions that we could offer, and why we think that AI is something that we need in this category of the products. Because what we do, we actually try to solve two key problems. First, it's the absence of the integrations between the safety systems, and when we are using up to 10 softwares, it's also the biological limitations and the absence of the availability to look at different events and try to marry those events and analyze, and sometimes we cannot concentrate on some of the deadlines. So that is why our product had been constructed in a way that we could integrate any parts of the CCTV cameras, surveillance, anything. And we could have ecosystem of the safety where operator of the CCTV, instead of the classical imageries or images, they would have AI-empowered visuals, so that we could control the safety and convenience and comfort. Regarding Almaty, I would like to elaborate on the project, which is a unique one in a video analysis, because there is no project such like this. This is the baby of the digitalization department, and we are the target AI. We are the technological partners, and I would like to show you an example how AI helps out to be safe and have comfortable lives. Just imagine all of the streets, all of the public places, all of the data, all of the sensors, all of the cameras will be included into one ecosystem where 300 different structures and organizations would be using. And since the platforms are used by 7 to 37 different models, all of the government bodies will have their own analytics, which means that the key order, which is the mayor's office, the prosecutor's office, and other users. If we will elaborate on concrete cases, I would like to name three, which are the key ones. Is the Department of Police. It's the control of the the public places where we have people gathering and crowded. As you could see, we could see descriptors of the facial faces, and they are protected by the the database of the police enforcement agencies. And there's also a wanted list that will be matched with this module, and by tracking of these profiles, we had 284 cases closed, and we found the wanted people. And we also had lots of cases, children who disappeared, missing, or kidnapped. And if we look at, for example, if we talk about people, for example, we can teach AI to identify people by clothes, colors of the clothing, and different other labels. So we, with transportation, for example, we could identify the color, the brand, the model, for example. So this is how we are closing the cases. And I would like to also say that all of the figures that I'm naming, it's not only the success of our company, it's also exclusive success of the Department of the Police of Almaty, who are controlling all of these reinforcement processes. They are the initiators and integrators of the modules, and we are just technical executors. And I also wanted to show you the module that we have finalized. Is the detection of the arms. So you could see this is our tests that we run in different schools. I think we can use it in Almaty soon as the measures of the safety. If we look at the smart city and comfortable component of living in a city, we think that nowadays we have a huge workload on the school facilities as well as the healthcare facilities. So we think that also we need to think about those places where transportation is concentrated. So we think that we don't need video analysis in, for example, for traffic jams, but we already have launched a program in areas where we could detect to identify threats, for example, on the surface of the water, for example. So we could also see the efficiency of the response of reinforcement and emergency agencies. We think that there is a huge benefit, and we also use analysis that we started using last year as a sub-project. We had 400 locations. We had included them into our platform, and it's very interesting, to be honest. And within 2 months, we're going to finalize the models who will detect the rubbish bins that will also send this information to utility organizations. And we also have a task to analyze those who are strolling nighttime, because those are the ones who plant drugs. So we have sort of one action that will solve several problems. So this is our action plan. We also had finalized the UAV integration, which is the unmanned aerial vehicles integration with our AI. And now we could see, for example, we could detect any kind of fires or any kind of unsanctioned gatherings or unsanctioned littering, for example. So we think that AI is more of a benefit rather than threat, depending what is your intentions and how do you use it? Thank you so much. It's very interesting information that you have shared. Thank you so much. The next speaker is Alexander Kraimov, head of the Laboratory of Machine Lab in Yandex. He is responsible for the technologies empowered by AI. So within 9 years, he was the head of the Yandex development, the product development in company Yandex. Alexander, please. A good afternoon. I'll try to go back to the topic. Well, I think in order to realize and try to predict possible threats that might be the consequences of the AI application, it's not something new. You won't be mistaken if you will replace AI with math. Why? Because the nuclear and the heart of this technology is the math. Well, of course, we will mix it with the literature. We will also mix it with the equipment. Of course, math was prohibited many years ago because people thought it's a threat. Not even, let alone computers, because computers were prohibited as well. We didn't understand what computers are, and we were afraid of computers overall, and we thought what threats might be posed by computers. And what is the conclusion of it? There's no technology that might pose a threat itself. Implementing any technologies is very serious thing. It will change the lives. So we have new opportunities, and with it, we will of course have the threats. The internet forgery, for example, and of course we might have. There were some times where people did believe to printed words, and people thought it's a truth. But now we understand that you can print anything. With AI, is the same thing, the same situation happening with AI. I think it seems like it is wrong to say that there is a sort of resistance between human beings and computers or AI. We don't really fight. We don't harm. No math operations or functions will harm human being. But the difference between human beings who use artificial intelligence and those who don't use artificial intelligence is huge. So that is why I think the main threat for the well-being of human beings or humankind is that a person who's using AI is not using correct technologies or doesn't use technology correctly. So that is why technologies are not used. So probably there will be problems with AI just because they're in wrong or incompetent hands. So that is why in order to prevent it, we need to organize it in such a way that we wouldn't have any constraints, hurdles, and barriers so that we could extract all the benefits. And of course, we need to try to not let use those technologies in the wrong hands. Thank you. The next speaker is Ivan Kononov, director of the Discotex. The topic is the AI breakthrough. more than 10 years. He has experience in computer development. He specialized on AI. He had trainings on the big language model, large language models, LLMs, in Astana Hub, Battles in 2023, Accelerator Astana Hub. Startups were presented on EdTech in 2017, IMA 2018, TechCrunch 2023. Ivan Yurich, please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to express gratitude for paying attention on interesting topic as AI and human being. I hope my presentation will be displayed on the screen. Meanwhile, I would like to agree with previous speaker that indeed those topics that we are elaborating on are regarding tools. The same thing that happened in history. If we look back, humankind had been creating different tools for different types of activities. We're creating, for example, printing machines. And when we talk about tools, the most important thing is, or the most important problem is that not always we can provide accessibility for all humankind. Whenever we are inventing something new, when we are creating new tools, the country or inventor or the place where it had been invented, they will have unfair advantage. And they, of course, will develop faster. They will create something new. They will take advantage of being in the place where it had been created or being an inventor. So when we talk about fairness of the tool spread, we never had it. We never had the fairness in the transfer of technology. So we are in a historical moment where this race for owning, to have advanced, enhanced product of AI had just started, and it's unclear who's going to be a winner in this game and who will get a prize. So the best technologies, advanced math. At the end of the day, that's the most important. So what we are observing, we see the huge information noise in this sphere. And everything what I can elaborate on without presentation, that was all. I hope my presentation will be displayed on this screen. The thing is that I would like to show a lot of things on my presentation, but I don't have my presentation here. Well, for the time being, I'm done. It's all from my end. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan Yuric. The next speaker is the person who's an expert in this topic, knows all the problems that we had been elaborating on. He will talk about Frodry Sakin Sarsenov, Vice Minister of Internal Affairs. Please. Sakin Sarsenov, I would like to give a floor to you. Thank you so much, Igor Ivanovich, dear colleagues. Today I have been listening all of the reports and the presentations. They were full of information. On the plenary session, for example, we had been elaborating on artificial intelligence and its advantages and you cannot stop the progress. It's moving, but I think the most important threat that we need to focus on is the threat that we cannot anticipate. if we had examples how human being had been using one technology and transferring to another technology, and we could see that the speed of the development is quite quick, and we need to try to anticipate. Of course, each of us understands, for example, our personal space differently. Personal life in Europe, for example, people will understand it differently. In Asian countries, people will understand it differently. So this is how you actually try to work around the agenda. Here, I would like to say that total digitalization is a very deep integration of the digital technologies. And in this regard, we understand that there's a digital control and the monitoring, which also will affect on personal choices, and the systems of the integration and monitoring is becoming standard. The standard of the life, for example, every single step, every single choice, every single like or the purchase becomes the part of data. So we've been elaborating on that, and my colleagues have been elaborating on that. So the technology itself, it's a benefit. It's a, and how exactly people are going to use it is another thing. So the thing is that person itself is the source of the threat. Let's remember that.
What person is doing, how the person behaves, what kind of information he transfers to the other makes him a victim. So now it's so popular to demonstrate your personal life in the social media, and every single step is shown there. But the issue is here is that the fraudulents and scammers may use this information against us, against what we're doing. And one of the problems is the stealing of the personal data, which poses a serious harm not only to the particular users, but also to the government and to the state itself. The cyber security and cyber criminality, the Ministry of Internal Affairs is growing rapidly, not only in our country, but also globally. The advent of the artificial intelligence will give more opportunities for the fraudulents and the scammers and criminals if the technologies of our countries will not be ready to fight with them. The scammers may use deepfake technologies, allowing to fake photo, video, audio recordings that poses a serious threat to the information safety. Now the issue in here is that we need to elaborate on the legislation. It is also related to the fact that the government and our legal framework must be ready to involve the tools of the artificial intelligence. For instance, the criminals will use the broad potential of the social media messengers, as well as different paying tools, including the cryptocurrency. The use of proxy services, crypto channels are becoming extremely popular for anonymization of the users, and de-anonymization will allow us to have serious fruits and ways out, because we need to understand that every single word and every single piece of information we upload here, we must be responsible for. And now I think we need to become more anonymous, and we need to think carefully what you write and what you publish on the media and on the internet should be very important. So the victims can be particular individuals or separate companies. The key methods that used by the scammers: unexpected calls, pressure on the victim, confusing instructions, and other ways to provide the information, as well as some gullibility of citizens, low financial legal literacy. And sometimes we succumb to such provocations, and in 80% of cases we give the information to the scammers ourselves, of which they can benefit from and steal our information and correspondingly the money. Last year, 45 billion tenge were stolen, and despite the fact that whatever information we publish on the media, that you should not be subject to the manipulation, but unfortunately it does not help that much. It's all clear that the police department does not stand still. Last year, 5 scammer call centers were closed in Ukraine and 5 centers in Almaty. On January 2023, 5 people were detained. They were working in a call center operating in such countries like Russia, and our citizens work for the countries and against the citizens of the other country, and vice versa. We are working also with telecom operator. We blocked 65 million threatening calls, and we also work with the second-tier banks, and gradually we get to understand how to fight with this evil and how to fight with it. But given the fact that the new technologies are appearing and the artificial intelligence will come into life, the new scammer schemes will also be used, and the key person that may stop it is the individual itself, who should, in the era of digitalization and the artificial intelligence, be ready to learn something new and prevent the use of the artificial intelligence against them, because many people become the victims of the artificial intelligence and they work for the sake of scammers and play their cards and become victims. And what our colleagues demonstrated, for example, the mayor, almost half of the secrets of the police department were revealed, and I think you should be very careful with this presentation because it contains a lot of sensitive details that the law enforcement agencies use. In a nutshell, colleagues believe in the artificial intelligence era, and probably this benefit will make the economy grow. But most importantly is that we should not fall behind these trends and technologies and be trendy. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sakena and colleagues. Before we turn to the discussion, and colleagues just prompted us, Ivan Yurovich didn't show all the slides he wanted, unfortunately. How we can do this? Yeah, if you have this presentation, could you please show us this presentation? Well, okay, attempt number 2. So a small introduction. I'm the engineering designer. I have more than 12 years in R&D, not only in computer sciences, but also I have 3 higher educations. I've been working also with the engineering domain. So what are the breakthroughs in the end 2024, earlier 2025? Well, I would like to highlight the models that may reason. For example, OpenAI 01 is the model that allowed us to make a small breakthrough in the world. There is an IQ test by Manson, Norway. So the first model was pretty good, and then when the right answers were taken off from the learning module, it turned out that not all things are pretty impressive, and it turned out that the breakthrough is not that ultra-humanic. So what is the breakthrough of 2024? In the ArcAGI test, none of the model, neither GPT-3, GPT-4, 4.0, did show any positive result. So this test was designed for us to define the AGI, but this is not AGI. It is only the name of the test. It has version 1, version 2, and version 3 will probably appear soon, and the reasoning models allowed to make a breakthrough in the complicated contextual assignments, like you can see it in here in the IQ test. If you talk about the market and the AI sphere, not only in linguistic models as well as in the computer vision, so this ArcAGI test give us the breakthrough just 3 or 5 years after, and by doing so we will attain quasi-human level with new models and with new assignments and tasks. Meanwhile, we don't see any extraordinary Many people probably heard about what happened to NVIDIA shares earlier this week. They dropped by 20%, and the issue was DeepSeek, and turned out that it is 25 times cheaper than the model that was discussed, the model from OpenAI. And the issue is that there was an item to issue. Many people suspect that this company evaded the U.S. sanctions and that they imported video cards illegally, and now the company is at stake. And this was one of the reasons why it fell that much. There are many intuitions, and I don't pretend to be the right person in here. But DeepSeek demonstrates slightly worse level than the OpenAI one. Benchmark may lie, they may not correspond to the reality, but people started using them in the life. There is an outstanding service where almost all models for regular users are available. So just sign up with the free of charge QR code, and when you can pay, you can use all the features like from video generators to some linguistic models. These are the good friends of mine, and they deliver an outstanding service. Now, what will happen to business? The business will change. It will change forever. Anthropic survey appeared recently, and people were forced to reconsider with Claude Sonnet, Claude Riotas, they try to persuade people, and the dots are human, and this is the way how one person can reconvince the other in the chat dialogue. And these are the columns, the bars. The bars demonstrate how the linguistic model may reconvince a person. So what we can do, we can create the targeted attacks on the personalized attempts on particular people, given a lot of models and all the data available in the public space, and change their mind in the shift of 20%. That will shift by 20% in a certain period of time. So you can review this survey and this experiment by scanning the QR code. So what models did this tool used? They used lies as well as contradictory topics. For example, the contradictory topic, if the genetic modification of unborn children is allowed to treat diseases. This test was created on such a controversial topics, and consequently it was used in different tests. In India, there used to be many interesting cases. Now we are working on the chatbots introduction. Sorry. So when you were given a floor, you have already consumed some time. Yeah, sure. So we create the screening tests for the Alzheimer diseases detection, as well as age diseases, and well as the chatbots that allow to make many tasks faster many times. So these are some examples. Complicated CRMs, and now we are living in the AI bots era. You don't need to study the script any longer. You just need to assign a task to an AI bot that will turn the complicated task in the clear assignment. What used to be before and what is now, you can see on the slide. That's it from my side. Okay, thank you very much, dear colleagues. So we have 16 minutes left before the end of the section. You can make a small discussion. You can pose questions to the speakers. So when you have a question, please introduce yourself. Where is the mic? Hello, everyone. My name is Ainur Anman from Fast Tech. I'm a little bit worried because this is the first time I speak publicly. Well, I have a question to Alexander. He told that the artificial intelligence cannot be considered a competitor. But I think some of the professions are replaced with the artificial intelligence. Because I'm a 11th grade student, I'd like to ask you what kind of the professions will be used by AI and which professions will be replaced. Well, it's so difficult to guess the right answer, but if you check the history, 30 years ago, computers and internet appeared, and what kind of professions disappeared? I remember one of the profession is typists. They disappeared, but other professions remain. For example, people predicted that the mail will die because all the letters are delivered by internet, but it turned out that the internet rate developed and mail services became more demanded with the use of internet. And I have one recipe, I have a practical answer, is that you should stop thinking about the following thing. If you've ever thought about it, that the education that you got will be sufficient and like you will not have to learn any longer. And if you check how fast now as compared to the historic context, how fast the technologies change. Everything is becoming increasingly fast, and you need to gain new knowledge, you need to gain new skills from time to time. And as the practice shows, it's never late to learn at any age. And the only thing you have to learn is how surprisingly it may seem to learn. Sorry for this tautology, but you need to live along and learn and to change your profession, not like drastically taking a new occupation or profession, but try to be as open as possible in your profession to any new knowledge, to whatever new is appearing, and all new things will yet to come. Okay, just a small request. Once the speaker ends answering, yeah. So we as legal experts heard about the blockchain technologies. All people started buzzing that notary offices will disappear, but nevertheless they are very successful in their profession and their business is growing. Okay, the mic is here. Dear colleagues, my name is Milena Michel. I'm the business events organizer, so I'm interested in the following thing. There's a huge trend for the large educational ecosystems development. We see many examples when the in silos platforms offer a very competitive variety of choice, and it's so difficult to figure out where the truth is because there is so much to choose from. So is there a possibility to bring everything into one ecosystem where people will deal with science and people will gain the well-developed knowledge that will not harm them but will be in the benefit of them? So I will be pretty fast in answering you. So whatever we have appeared thanks to the competition, the best thing you can find on the market is thanks to the competition. There should always be a choice. So, but how to do with the following thing and how the user should select the best available on the market. But for the ones who make the first steps, what should he do or what he or she should do just to understand which path to choose from, just not to be mistaken. You will never cheat users. The ones who are cheating will never survive as businesses. All users, all our individuals are smart guys, and we value them very much. And if you deliver the best service, this service will always be demanded and people will appreciate it. Just to support and to follow up the previous point, I'm the Soviet past person. People try to tell the following thing in the Soviet time, that there are no competitors. We are second to none, but people invented the competition like a socialistic competition, as the term was coined, that the competition is an engine not only for the trade but for the human development. God forbids that some things disappear, but this is the fact of life. Okay, please. Who's next? Hello, everyone, dear guests. My name is Tanat Tamahan, ABC Project, abc.kz. So I'm the author. So today I have some things of how to develop the projects well, and
remember his words that the future of Kazakhstan is Kazakh language. I would like just to add the future of Kazakhstan is digital Kazakhstan. And I would like to ask our speakers how about digitalization our state language of Kazakhstan, about Yandex, for example, about Alisa. It's really, Alisa ignored Kazakh language. You can find me, yes, you can find me in the Facebook. I especially did a post, especially. You can find me, it's no problem. I think we can, we can correct it. For example, Aliso, to ban for 1 year in Kazakhstan that it must, to learn Kazakh language, our digital nemere. You know what is the digital nemere? Our grandchildren, you know. It's very important to Kazakhstan. Any country usually think about sustainable development, you know. Maybe AI will help us to create our Kazakhstan. And my second question, Igor Mirza, you asked me how to use AI. I would like to add that AI, first of all, must use in justified it's code system, you know. Maybe our hero Marat Zhlambayev already will on the free. Okay. Did you understand? Okay. Men Қазақша айтамын.
I will elaborate on
Мырза
So Murat Lambayev is our hero. He was the first champion. Whole Kazakhstan knows Murat Lambayev. He's now in jail. We need to use artificial intelligence in a court, in justice. I think if we were to use it, he would be the head of the sports committee. I hope you did understand what I have said. Igor, Mr. Igor, did you?
Все?
Okay, рахмет сізге.
Я немного...
I will try to answer. In an introduction, I said we started to use artificial intelligence in justice, and artificial intelligence analyze the life situations, events, compare with civil code and legislation with constitution, and offer to court the draft decision. Until now, artificial intelligence doesn't make decisions, which is good. Thank God it doesn't do that now, because we know that the court is the body of justice. And based on Constitution of the Republic of Kazakhstan and understanding of the fairness. Until now, artificial intelligence cannot try to, let's say, produce justice. I have read one of the speeches of Elon Musk when he wasn't a civil servant. I think that he's a civil servant now. I think you can teach artificial intelligence to the notions of the fairness, love, etc. But now we assume it's still something out of world. It is the product of the fantasy. But Kazakhstan nowadays is the leading country in application of the artificial intelligence in justice. And why European countries are lagging behind? They're not intensively using AI in court and justice sector. Nowadays, we use it only in civil litigations. Well, we do understand what the civil disputes are and what's the difference from the criminal litigations. So we can only try to assume what kind of decisions AI might come up to. But as a lawyer, I never comment any case without seeing all the details. So, and I think I will never see the details. Why? Because I'm not the official counselor and lawyer of this person. So I'd like to address regarding the question on language. I think that your question is relevant nowadays. Technologies, regarding the technologies, how exactly we're going to use language nowadays. All the bodies are right now creating OLM, and I have seen Kazakh speaking or broken Kazakh speaking or mixed Kazakh English speaking systems had appeared, and I think we will teach AI to speak Kazakh soon. So I think those technologies will be used soon. This is my hope. I'd also like to add, as a witness of all of the events happening, I came to administration of president when we had computers. Just had computers. We had typists, and then they just disappeared. Everyone learned how to work on computers, and when we had computers, we didn't even had a Kazakh keyboard. So now you can type in any language you want. I think with artificial intelligence, this problem will be addressed as well. Who would like to? I also like to address this question. We put lots and lots of effort into Kazakh. I think we have a good translator application into Kazakh language. We had a project when we were teaching AI to use Kazakh. We had translated into Kazakh language lots of Wikipedia pages and information, and we had used Kazakh everywhere. We're not resisting to progress right in the beginning. We're just in the beginning of this journey. We will work until we will not notice the difference between languages, or we will try to eradicate any kind of discrepancies between the languages. Dear participants, colleagues, I'd like to express gratitude for being here. But I have received information that we have 1 more minute. Hi, my name is Assem. I would like to address my question to Vice Minister. I think that in your presentation, you haven't really elaborated on something extra. I think that representatives of the government and the private public partnership projects could also share this kind of information regarding the progress of your work, because this will give us hope and sense of safety This is what I'm expressing as a citizen. So I think that this is what we can do together with the Ministry of Internal Affairs as well as the law enforcement agencies. Thank you. It's just, the thing is, there are some limitations and constraints from the legislation point of view. We cannot really disclose all the information, so that is why we have some constraints. I try to fall within these frames. Well, colleagues, organizers have already said that we will be very strict with the time frames. So that is why, if you allow me, I'd like to just say a couple of words and try to finalize. On a plenary session, you have heard that we have two trends of development of AI. In which countries? Some of the countries have principle that everything is permitted if it's not prohibited, which is China, India, the global south countries. In Europe is vice versa. Everything is permitted, which is not prohibited. So these are the, phrases that I could identify our journey. And Kazakhstan is trying to keep a balance between those two poles. So if we remember when we talk about artificial intelligence, let's remember those days when we were discussing cars, which we thought posed threats. Of course, first we need to develop rules and then start working with the phenomena. But nowadays, the situation that we have is that AI is developing on its own accord. So that is why now we need to try to pave a way so that AI would develop as we want it to develop. So in Europe, there had been adopted and signed a framework convention of the Council of Europe on application of artificial intelligence. So the first article of this convention expresses that it shall develop without contradicting to human rights or breaching human rights. I think AI is a benefit. In essence, we will progress together with artificial intelligence. I hope that benefit that will reach its absolute. I believe that the benefit that could reach the absolute might become a threat. So that is why when we talk about privacy, about human rights, personal choice, assets, government bodies, or any notions, any phenomena need to follow the rules. So we know that we are finalizing the work on the digital code. We had received a task from the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and we had stumbled upon some of the problems. Not all the lawyers are the experts in this topic, so I think that Human Rights Commissioner of the Republic of Kazakhstan, who I represent here, will also adopt a decision for the provision of the human rights protection in artificial intelligence application and digitalization. So I think that together we can manage it. Thank you so much, dear ladies and gentlemen, and our distinguished speakers. It was my pleasure to be here with you. And the only one thing I would like to mention, we couldn't have time to listen you more, but I think it's great that we had this session. I'd like to wish all the best, health, strength, and prosperity. Thank you.
Вы просто все вывезли, вытащили все наши какие-то технические проблемы, за которые приношу извинения. Нормально, вообще, вы супер положились. Шикарно, да, сейчас, секунду.
Спикеры молодцы. Владимир Васильевна, здравствуйте.
Я как обещала, сначала до конца. Да, послушала. Да, вы придете к нам? Так, у меня сегодня
Freedom Super Hub есть все.
сидел.
Уникальная валюта Freedom, программа лояльности с самыми высокими кэшбэками на рынке и реферальная программа с классным вознаграждением. А еще абсолютно все необходимые банковские продукты и услуги. Еще в приложении можно купить билеты на самолет, поезд, кино, киноконцерты и даже заказать продукты. С нашей программой лояльности можно получить до 30% кэшбэка в экосистеме Freedom и до 7%.
Как говорил мне один коллега, главное не заболеть.
Все, что для этого нужно, повышать свой уровень. И кэшбэки ваши. А еще кэшбэки
Тогда
она привязана к акции нашего фонда на фонд добрыни и растет вместе с ним. А значит, ваши кэшбэки будут расти вместе с нами. Валютой Freedom можно оплачивать покупки, переводить и совершать любой платежи в приложении. Добро пожаловать в Freedom Super Hub.
А у нас с вами, знаете, что?
Я вас сейчас обниму. Ирина, остановись. Катя, давай.
ирония приходит.
Что, я для вас сюда еду. Да. Сам еще секунду.
Сегодня моя первая зарплата. И я решил. Папа.
Ой, Рахметжан.
Да, раз.
Мой заказ. Кайф.
Meni жұмысымның тақырыбы.
Наше такси.
Біздің бақылау жұмысымыз дәптер парақтарын алыңдар. Алиса! Салем! Салем, Казахстан.
Freedom Super App есть все. Уникальная валюта Freedom, программа лояльности с самыми высокими кэшбэками на рынке и реферальная программа с классным вознаграждением. А еще абсолютно все необходимые банковские продукты.
111, господа пилотчики, меня слышно? Пожалуйста, ответьте, первый канал.
Поезд, в кино и на концерты, и даже заказать продукты. С нашей программой лояльности можно получить до 30% кэшбэка в экосистеме Freedom и до 7% где угодно.
Меня слышно, господа пилотчики? Раз, 111. Эй.
Добро пожаловать в Freedom Super App.
Господа пилотчики, слышно? Бірінші каналға.
Салем, это наша команда. А это наш офис. Мой любимый маршрут.
Это точно наш маршрут? Дорогу покажешь?
Это же наша песня.
Сегодня моя первая зарплата. И я решил.
Работает? О, все, отлично. Да, добрый день, дамы и господа, уважаемые коллеги. Можем начинать нашу сессию. Вот организаторы говорят, уже стало доброй традицией собираться в Алмате на Digital Almaty форуме руководства операторов мобильной связи, комитет.
So we have a committee on telecommunications. We would like to discuss our problems, which is quite topical one regarding the journals. I would like to introduce Damir Sisimbekov. He is the chairman of the telecommunication and the department from the air sphere. Evgeny Nastradin. He is the main executive director from Cartel. Zhumbikin Askar Kisel. Babichev Alexander, CEO of Mobile Service. It's something like a contest, and Meirmanov Nurlan, he is the director of the Kazakh Telecom. We have lots of issues that we are going to discuss. We're going to elaborate on the regulation of the sector, on the innovation technologies. We also will, of course, discuss 5G and other issues. Also, regarding the tariffs on the services of the cell carriers. So the first question, one of the key questions, is the quality and availability. What measures you think shall be taken in order to have good and high quality communication? I would like to greet all of you. Today, Digital Almaty had been organized 8th time, and as it had been noted, it's the driver and one of the main forums where we demonstrate our success in digital industry. And today, in this forum 2025, we have dedicated it to AI. We understand that telecommunication, electric grids is the foundation of the development, AI technologies as the infrastructure or grids and network of communication. So that is why I think that I will elaborate on two areas. First is the coverage increase. I think we are going to elaborate on mobile services more. And the second area that I would like to elaborate, they are concern some of the initiatives that were expressed by the government bodies. As you know, we have national program, which is the accessible internet, and I would say that we are about to finalize everything, but we could try to sort out all of the bidding procedures. And in the first quarter, we are ready to announce the bids on the provision of the villages, more than 3,000 villages with the optic fiber internet, which will actually advance and help to progress our infrastructure. Second initiative is the provision of the cable, and we have identified more than 1,000 villages at the end of this year. At the end of the last year, the head of the state had already signed this decree, and we are ratifying the loan that we are taking from the World Bank. It doesn't have the big interest, which will be also dedicated towards the development of the infrastructure. I cannot dwell onto it too much. There are 31 initiatives. I would like to give opportunity to my colleagues to elaborate on their plans. So I'll just briefly mention we are going to roll out quantity expansion. We have more than 1,000 villages and cities that villages that doesn't have internet at all. So that is why we're going to install satellites there, and we had already covered and more. 250 villages already, and we will install 250 more soon. We had been already announced in the social media that we are working with the ANVEB, which is one of the operators in this area, because we have remote villages where we cannot actually provide with optic fiber telecommunication means. So I will elaborate on that afterwards. So I would like to address question to Evgeny. You had already mentioned previous speaker had already mentioned that we are going to expand the coverage. How operators are going to compete in order to win villages, and how you're going to provide and try to, deal with the disparity. Hi. Well, regarding competing, let's not use a word competing. We're going to be friends. We're going to collaborate with providers of the satellite internet. I believe that you cannot trick physics. And I would like to I want Nurlan to confirm that because he has statistics. I want him to elaborate on that as well. Of course, with the volume of the traffic that we have with the fiber, it won't go through the space and then the horizon of the professional carriers and those people who are here. Well, Beeline is in the group of the VEON. VEON had signed this year the contract with SpaceX, and based on this contract and agreement, this year the subsidiary is launching the technology, which is the first going to be DTC, direct to cell, which is the first in the world where from the device we go to satellite. I think for Kazakhstan, this kind of solution and partnership is something that is super needed. Just look at the map, look at Kazakhstan and other countries, look at the population density. It is obvious that we cannot, with our means, try to cover whole country. And as a cellular operators, we are focused on those places where the population is dense. So as Beeline Kazakhstan, we are tracking the implementation of this project. Projects is very expensive, but I think if we could have partnership, this will be fundamental project that will actually change the sector. Thank you so much. Starlink example is quite a bright one. Nurlan, I would like to ask you to elaborate on that. Kazakh Telecom is one of the, let's say, main players in the sector, and what are your initiatives and plans? So we are looking at alternative technologies because optic fiber technologies are quite pricey, and those villages that could economically try to return our investments, and we know that we can actually return our investments. We have already identified more than 2,500 villages that we can invest in, but the main, let's say, main villages will need alternative technologies. And taking into consideration that we have some of the limitations of using the gasification, we are looking at the RGBT technologies, and we have rolled out more than 100 villages that we are launching based on 3GPT technologies, where we have architectural solutions, where we use also cellular operators, but we also are facing some of the regulatory constraints that we have in our country. And with these technologies, we can use, if we are the mobile operators, and for the fixed operators it's very difficult because the frequency access, the mechanism of the interaction with the government agencies, as well as the monitoring of the traffic, is quite a difficult one. So that is why we have already launched the initiative in order to try to simplify some of the procedures, and we actively heavily use the technologies in the villages. So recently we had been demonstrating to the colleagues the opportunities of the technologies. We have 100 villages that we are going to apply this. And what do you think? What are the perspectives and how these technologies are going to be used?
В местности порядка 2 миллионов домохозяйств.
Well, look, in rural areas there are around 2 million households, more or less, I would say. So at least 50%, this is for sure 1 million households. You can multiply by 3.5 residents. There is gonna be 3.5 million people, and if they want to have internet, this is an alternatively about fixed price SX technologies. And now I'd like to hand it over to Alexander because my question will be to him. I saw some press releases where, because I saw the growth pace of fixed assets access and the indicators are globally pretty high, and I'd like to ask you what contributes such growth, and how would you see the future development of these technologies in Kazakhstan? And now I'd like to welcome everyone when it comes to fixed assets access. So we deliver a benchmark and we compare our results with the peers and other operators in the country. And our benchmark on the results demonstrates that we have a pretty good result, and business of Eura is growing pretty rapidly. And what are the success factors? The first is the penetration of the fixed internet. We all remember that the half of the households of Kazakhstan do not have access to fixed, and other half of households will have access of 40 to 50% with the IDSL, XDSL technologies, and what these users should do in order to get high-speed access to the internet in their household. First, they need to buy our router with extremely fast 5G technology and start getting access to the internet. And why we see why these technologies are so popular. Here you need to understand the cause and effect relationship when we see the client buying a router with 5G support and the client who is in the same area with LTE modem, his NPS will be higher. He is more satisfied with this service. And here we can see the impact of 5G and quick internet access through FIRA and access of this technology and better customer experience and better clients satisfaction, and why FVA technology in Kazakhstan is so popular and why we believe to develop it pretty successfully is that we offer a pretty wide variety of ways to buy it. We use positive, good conditions for buying a router, despite the fact that it's pretty expensive now. We actively subsidize our routers, and quite recently we introduced such a product like a router renting, and a client who wants to get a FVA technology internet may rent our router for 1 tenge and trial period per month. I invite all of you to enjoy this technology. That's a good TD2 advertisement. Actually, you can roll out in all regions. You know, like 5G access is available in 20 largest regions of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And next question will go to Askar because we have already mentioned 5G topic and Kisal is actively developing this technology. Last year, people discussed a lot what are the live cases about fixed wireless access as one of the demanded service, and what is the situation with 5G in Kazakhstan, and what's the pace of 5G technology introduction. What's the ratio? Well, thank you very much for this word. Last year we had a year of active construction. We built more than 2,500 sites, and more than half of them are active in our 5G network. With respect to success, You probably saw that we covered underground station with 5G, and more than 50% of these users use this technology, and 5G speed is already used, and even to mention a case just for the sake of advertisement, in the Arctic 5G speed is 1 gigabit per second today, and we also sell routers that under coverage of 5G, and people can get up to hundreds of megabits per second as a quality speed. And we have also other use cases, the industry 5G, and today we also presented it to our colleagues from other countries. It provides for the introduction of private 5G at the industrial sites. I can talk about this project later on. Well, but from the specific use cases perspective, we have 9 subway stations out of 11 are covered. And with respect to the touristic sites, the speeds increased by 50 to 60%. Hundreds of antenna sites are built in western part of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and we're also in sharing with our colleagues. We have the geo split with colleagues from Tele2, and by the end of that year, we opened up 300 antennas for our clients, and this is a good thing when our clients and Tele2 clients can get a very good communication regardless of the city where they are. And now we can come back to the use cases in our discussion. You mentioned the sharing topic with Tele2. An additional question, very good news of this month that Tele2 acquiring transaction was published by the holding. Will it impact your cooperation with Tele2? The joint venture got a request, and how will this transaction affect the interaction of the company and the telecommunication market of Kazakhstan as a whole? As you mentioned, the consortium of 2 countries acquired 5G frequencies, and we developed this project pretty successfully. So the commitments of 2023 and 2024 have been fulfilled. Around 300 antenna sites opened last year. And with regard to the respect of the commitments, our partnership is there, and it will be preserved in this year, and in the coming periods they will keep on developing because our clients provide for the economic efficiency. And meanwhile, this partnership is successful. It will always be there. And I would like to ask you how the situation, what the situation looks like in general. Will it affect the Tele2 strategy as such? Well, the company's strategy will be adjusted for 2 reasons. The first reason is that earlier or later you need to update the strategy for it to comply with the new market challenges and adapt to the new environment, first thing. Second, the transaction was closed. We have a new shareholder. It's a new stakeholder in Qatar's office that operates huge markets, the construction, the infrastructural projects, healthcare, artificial intelligence, and many other things. And of course, we will adjust our strategy, including by trying to explore the opportunities of synergy, dealing with different businesses, and the opportunities which our co-shareholder has. And he mentioned that he gonna invest in the infrastructure and in the economy of Kazakhstan. And now when it comes to Moisen project, you can remember what Evgeny was talking about when we discussed the state sector. We are talking increasingly more that we need to go from the competition term to the cooperation. This is high time This is how we developed 5G. This is how we competed for 5G project with Kcell company. That's a brilliant example of how we can develop the new capital-intensive technologies, and the fact that we meet the license obligations and license liabilities is a good fact, is a good proof that it's good both for Kcell and us, and it means that we can implement such complicated projects as 5G deployment in a short period of time. Well, I would like to ask this question to all speakers to a greater or less extent. It's a great event on the market. And Roland, Tele2 belonged to Kazakh Telecom before. Will it affect the development of your company? Well, I would like to comment on it. The transaction is over, is completed. We have three independent players, independent from each other, the mobile operators. When it comes to the mobile market development, I think it will only benefit them. The players will compete in technologies and tariffs and compete less in the infrastructure. I believe it's high time that the infrastructure will do, and as our colleagues mentioned, they need to skip and that they will need to overlap radio or tower infrastructure, and we are working in this regard, and I think that it will provide a new impetus in the cooperation and improve the telecom infrastructure. The commerce itself and the competition should go on a high level on the proposal, bundle, offer, and other things level, more intellectual solutions level. It is all for the benefit of the company. When it comes to our company itself, this asset disappeared, and we need to replace the earnings, and we need to develop the replacement of the Kcell's infrastructure, and moving aside from all technologies as 2G, 3G, and maximum migration to the bundled technologies. And like I already mentioned, now we are trying to adjust the best available techniques for the villages and rural areas, because there's going to be a convergence between fixed and mobile networks. We used to balance before, but you don't have an alternative now, an alternative for integration. Furthermore, we also plan to turn to the digital products, and we already introduced our solution for drones and prices monitoring, and we go further to the digitalization. And besides that, there are certain changes inside the company, and another big area where most companies are looking in, we, Beeline, MTS, and others, is the artificial intelligence technique. As you probably know, the head of the US signed an agreement, and we are in the second category where more than 50 sites of devices can be imported, but the licensing provides for 3,500 GPUs. It will give a splash of these devices import to this country. We need a single infrastructure. That's no point of building an in silos infrastructure, and it must be integrated with the telecommunications network as much as possible, and to provide for this synergy, at least for mobile and fixed operators, with the future GPU strategy. These are the core areas where we plan to switch our attention to once the transaction is over. So we will dwell on these technologies, and we have Telecom Innovations channel. We have many good news about this technology, about new trends. You can find them on his site. And I will have the question to Damir. Out of two aspects, I'd like to ask this question from, in general, in our region, in Central Asia, Caucasus, there haven't been new players recently, but from this perspective, do you see this transaction as a shift in paradigm that new investments go to the region, and after Kazakhstan, other countries will follow? And you mentioned the demobilization of the industry in Kazakhstan. Do you see this transaction as an important step in this area? Thank you very much for this question. Of course, we realize that, and of course, we try to aspire to the fact that the telecommunications market is competitive. We realize that that's no point to prove it to someone, that the competition encourages the market, provides for the better environment for the consumer. We believe all this, and these decisions have been taken with regard to this factor. Yeah, we have certain expectations. The transaction has taken place, and we are happy that foreign investments came to Kazakhstan. I believe it to be one of the important area of the work, and this is what we're doing. And yeah, that's a positive factor for us. Further we go, further we see, and we believe, as we're already told, this will happen. In order to understand, many people, probably the ones who don't know our industry, our country is pretty big, and in order to compete in the tasty market, so to say, our rural areas and our roads should not be forgotten. We have license commitments for radio frequencies and other tools, and all this altogether will give us a certain outcome, and just not to neglect all this, the market and the license commitments. I think this transaction will positively impact the quality of service and its accessibility. The next question will go to Evgeny about 5G. Yeah, about 5G. Okay, all of us have been already asked. Yeah, we know your opinion about it. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I wanna ask that Evgeny represents your Open Executive Committee now, and we would like to congratulate him on that. There used to be personal merits, and it demonstrates a particular role that the market of Kazakhstan plays for the group, and I think that it will become more attractive for the group and the investment. VEON is operating in 6 countries, including in Kazakhstan, it's represented by Beeline brand. It turned out that not being a deeply saturated country, but at the same time being a country, a young one, with the high penetration of internet and high penetration of smartphones, and with the extremely high consumption of traffic per client globally and in the region in particular, that suggests the availability of internet turned into a good example for the group. I mean, Beeline Kazakhstan, for the telecom group, what can be the telecom of a telecom company looks like, when not to mention calls and SMS. We turned out to be a model operator. We represent a holding from 5 companies. So we have one company that deals with antennas, the other company is an IT company, and another company deals with finance services and paying services. Well, you know, like, we represent a group that tries to meet the client's demands given the needs that arise. By the way, Beeline has 11.5 million SIM cards and 11.5 millions of digital screens users. We have our in-house 6 apps, and they are used by our clients. It is about music, it is about radio, about payments and other services. Well, may I ask you a question? Is it with M2M and others? No, I'm talking about all SIM cards. 11.5 SIM cards, and we have 11.5 active users. So, and the facts that we do coincide with VEON's wishes. That's why many things that we implement in Kazakhstan are popularized by VION, by other countries in Pakistan, Bangladesh, and other companies and other countries. That's why I was invited to the group level to popularize the transition from telecom to digital core or IT companies. That's a great pleasure to hear that Kazakhstan is a role model for the group. You mentioned about 5G. Well, last year, by the way, when we discussed the same thing during the session, there was a lot about the user's experience. I mean, the contradictions what your 5G brings to the clients, but people got in common that 5G may play a special role as the price use case and other things. Since 2022, there is an introduction. Well, is there something new on the market? Will you share this information with us? Well, I would like to highlight, well, today we delivered it to the clients, to colleagues from other countries. Over 2 or 3 years, it was 67 sites were deployed in the mining fields as well as 5G networks. They are all private for the track monitoring, for the dispatcher centers, as well as control points for many processes and products for other events that take place at minings and coal ores.
We also had launched the grid in ERG in order to manage 3 of the storages. This is the UAV, and of course the efficiency that we have is up to 10% of the saving the fuel. It's the minimization of the 20% of the standby, and also the enhancing the safety measures, because due to the different climate conditions and could be also managed remotely. So what you mean is that equipment could be managed remotely, right? Yes. And also together with a law enforcement agency, all of the devices with the video analysis, monitoring, etc. And when it is, for example, when the machinery is managed remotely, what are the peculiar cases that you could also elaborate on? Well, with the speed, for example, if we use, of course, we can use the LTE, but if we will talk about dispatching all other automatization systems, all the brief systems, for example, or some of the turns, or when you are trying to manipulate with the machinery, it is walking on different carriers. You know that it's spiral shaped roads, and you know that there might be the cranes and you could even fall into the pit. So that is why. So there's no So there is no disruptions in this case, right? Yes, I would like to also follow up, and together with I'm very glad that you are developing these technologies and all the paces. 3Gs, and maybe there's some kind of regulatory practices that could also speed up the implementation of the technologies and also using it in the base. Well, if we look at the results, 3G, all the cases that could become bright examples, we also have the pilot project together with B2B clients on piloting 5G network, and we are going to also launch it in the commercial sector, and we also have the saving the processes, optimization of the processes, and of course, due to the if we try to step out of the B2B, what we see more client is using the 5Gs, 1PS is going to increase, and that actually will identify the technologies in the future. And also for the rollout of the 5G, client will be satisfied more. And of course, we want our clients to like the use of our services. Well, despite 5G coverage is not widespread, we also see that with the launch of the technologies of the 5G, we could see the improvement of the mobile internet usage experience improvement. We understand that the client more and more use data. We see that they don't use voice too much, and all of it goes to messengers. And the experience of the use of the mobile internet is one of the main metrics that clients actually do pay attention on. And when they choose, and we see the correlation, the more users use the 5G technologies and the PS is increasing, they are more leaning towards considering it. Could you please raise hands who use 5G? I think 30%. Probably you're the employees of Tele2? No? Well, I'm just joking. So the next question is addressed to Damir. Well, this is the topic of the conference, and Prime Minister of Kazakhstan had already elaborated on this topic. And well, it is also the topic of our session, how the AI is becoming the foundation of the telecommunications. Damir, could you please elaborate on the role of the AI is playing in the strategy of the development of the telecommunication in the country? Well, I would elaborate on not as the platform of using per se. There are many cases of telecom, starting from the calls and call centers, and as well as how we could analyze data, etc. And what we are doing in order to not lag behind and try to keep up with the world, and what are the changes we would like to implement in regulatory area. We understand that in different data centers and data analytical centers, all the telecom operators, there are many foreign investors that some started construction, some are planning to construct, and this is the market that is going to grow, taking into consideration our transit potential that we have been elaborating a lot and still elaborating a lot, some of the steps in order to enhance the transit potential, which is implemented together with Azer Telecom, which is the Azerbaijan telecommunication companies that are implementing the projects through the Caspian Sea. It's one of the additional international hubs. And we are trying to release one of the bottlenecks like that. And this is how we are using our landscapes as well. And relatively, it's not that expensive energy source, and we have understanding, and we are thriving towards it. And right now, together with a working group, we are on a stage of the development of, I don't want to say that it's a new law, but it is something that we consider as the revision or review of the legislation and trying to make amendments, because the last time when it was amended was 20 years ago, which included all the mail, the post services, and telephone services, and we are reviewing all of the approaches. We also have some of the terminology, and one of the points that would be also dedicated to the centers of the data analysis, because today it had been already mentioned that data in modern world is something that we talk a lot, discuss a lot, but we don't really raise issue of the storage, because we have big players who are coming here, and placement of the centers of the data analysis is very important, because we're going to also consider and analyze all the data from other countries, and these are the issues that shall be reflected in the regulatory area. When are you planning to deal with this task? Well, till the end of the February, we need to start the alignment with government bodies, and this is the process, but it will also touch upon practically all players, and initiative actually was comprised of several steps and stages, and right now we are finalizing the signing with the mail services. And now, in our country, we also have separate law on mail services, which will also regulate the mail correspondence, and I think it's quite popular, and more we will have the deliveries. So it is also comprised of several stages, and I think that this legislation will be signed soon and adopted soon, and taking into consideration of all our procedures, the discussions with the members of the parliament, and also the non-government organizations and public councils. Well, Evgeny, I would like to address question 5G. Not only 5G, you are the only operator that is not rushing into implementing these services. Why this example is relevant to other countries, and could you please elaborate on your experience of using AI? Because and maybe, but one day you will start using 5G, so if you could elaborate on that as well. Well, the topic of the 5G, how many times we have met already? This is the 4th time, I think, we have met, and we are discussing the topic of 5G. We are old school in this case. I believe that in the street, for all these devices that we have in our hands, it is okay to use 4G, but at home we need optic fiber technology. We are constructing with maximum of the density and maximum of the coverage. We have this strategy, LTE everywhere. So this is our motto, better LTE for everyone than 5G for the chosen ones. Well, what does it mean exactly? 325 billion is the amount that we have invested, 325 billion, and every year this amount is growing. We have started from 50 billion, capex was 86 billion. This year capex is more than 100 billion. So every year we are expanding the coverage and mainly the density. Within 5 years, we could actually enhance the density. We are growing and increasing 500 sites every single year. So annually, we have 500 plus websites. And I think that mobile operators, and we can continue this work on rolling out the 4G. There are many villages. It's not only the villages, it's also the cities, right? Cities, including the city. Well, we are increasing the density, but we also have the white spots, as I call it, in Astana, in other cities in Kazakhstan. We actually covered 30, for example, but then now we are fighting. You know, we call it fighting with the windmills, to be really honest, because there are radio fobs that are resisting and paying resilience. So I am happy to hear our regulators that they are working on the network, and it's the bureaucracy, it's the hurdles. We don't have the land, we cannot find the permit, and it is very difficult to construct the sites. It takes 12 months to lay out all the documents. Bringing the equipment, to be really honest, my storages are filled with equipment. It is so difficult. We are bringing the equipment here. Storages are full. And now we need to try to lay out all the documents and how to convert these billions, right? So this is how I'm trying to depict the example. So LTE 200 and 2,500 LTEs we could construct already, and there are some places where we are missing LTE. 3G is not everything. Well, every technology that is odd is not successful. 3G, it wasn't successful. 5G is not going to be successful. So I guess we will wait the 6G. To be really honest, we have already rendered LTE, so that is why we are constructing the villages from the roads. And all of this is the never-ending list. There are so many things that we are implementing, and I would like to express gratitude and acknowledge what regulator in Kazakhstan had done comparing to regulators of other countries. In 2020, we had launched a project on the tax reliefs that allowed us. So we don't own frequency, we pay for frequency to the government. And government had said that, listen, guys, within 5 years, the amount that we have invested in the villages, 250 people leaving villages, instead of this instead of frequency renting, you could use this amount and you could reinvest into other villages and adjust it. So instead of somehow forwarding this amount to the government budget and then taking it from there and then rendering it to our projects is going to be difficult. So that is why. Yes, I would like to confirm that, yes, there are top 10 projects of Kazakhstan that had been done by you. It's not only about mobile. Let's talk about households. If we talk about households, we have fixed internet, landline internet. I have a good news for those who are listening to me, and also bad news for the competitors. Guys, we had entered to the private sector. Be ready. We're going to beat you there. And last year, it is not enough. I see that Tele2 employers are here. That is why they're not clapping. They're not happy. I'm not threatening. I'm just sharing good news. Last year, we went to the private sector, and this year we're planning to construct 100,000. I'm not going to tell you where exactly. Last year, we were the fastest growing operator, and we are offering whenever you pay and for the landline, the TV, and all the mobile and cellular is in one package. So with one package, you cover all the telecommunications. So we are the ones who are old school. We believe that 4G is enough for the devices that you guys use, but optic fiber landline internet is the most efficient at households. Any operator, of course, will say that AI will optimize all the expenditures. Well, call centers will be analyzed by the robots. So you don't need to, you can decrease the expenditures for the human resources, but commercial director will say what proposals could be made for the clients. But Vion, for example, has a dream that is a task, an aim for me, and we would like to create new products for clients, for our clients, that will make every client better version of themselves, empowered by AI. They're doctors, they're lawyers, they are land owners and mowers and household owners. I think they have full-fledged rights, and we could provide the solutions that will make a teacher in every single village the best teacher. It is not about artificial intelligence, it's about augmented and additional intelligence. We could have every single doctor in a village. I'm not talking about telemedicine. What I'm saying is that we don't want to replace people with robots. We would like to equip every single professional with super skills, for example, so that parents would be the super parents, doctors would become super doctors, despite where they are, village or the city. These are our aims. Okay, I would like to ask Oscar. Oh, the line is clapping now. I would like to. You already voiced the paces. What about the workload that is becoming the burden on shoulders of the network? Well, last year we have constructed more than 2,500 LTE and 5G both, and this year we have the same plans for this year. Regarding the expenditures, last 3 years we have invested more than 300 billion tenge. So we are going to continue construction. All the places where people live. Within 2 years, traffic had actually increased in volumes twice. I think we're in top 10 countries, I think, in the usage of the use of the internet per capita. I think this is a good increase. 30 per month.
Well, it all accounts for the content, music, calls, etc. We also traveled with our colleagues to one of the Asian countries, and the pattern is a little bit different in here. The majority of calls go through messengers, I mean Telegram calls, WhatsApp calls, and others. In Asia, where the calls through media, social media are not blocked. Well, we were in media, and standard calls are very popular. They were around 1,000 minutes per client, and the consumption traffic is almost the same. So our conclusions are as follows. This behavioral pattern is very typical in this part of the world. There are many entertainment contents in Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and others. But how to cope with this? As Evgeny mentioned, last year we had to dismantle 100 sites because of the complaints from the clients. On the one hand, the residents of the houses are complaining, and on the other hand, the residents of the same houses demand high-quality communication. And I think that probably it is a demand or request to the regulator to make the same infrastructure for communication, because it is all about utilities, and the utilities like water, electricity, and other things must be provided and must be planned as the rural areas are planned. On the level of the at the level of the rural areas planning, well, I have another question, and before we move to that, I would like to ask you, Nurlan, about the data centers, and Kazakh Telecom is the key player in this field. Could you please share with us the plans for the construction and development of the data center? Yeah, we are one of the key players in data centers market. We see what is happening there, or how they are built, how they are used, and me, at least an expert, I forecast the planning for the GPU data center construction, which provides from 30 to 100 kilowatts per one side. That's why the requirements for to infrastructure are changing, and here we need to take this matter from the following perspective. You need to make the infrastructure as cheap as possible, and need to go with the cheaper sites and cheaper construction and designing with cheaper equipment, and we plan to build the data centers for the models and GPU support. We also have plans for that. We already started the construction works, and now we are engaged in surveying of the construction sites, and we also have plans in terms of the artificial infrastructure facility leasing, probably the servers, or we can use our data centers for GPU installing. We have huge plans in this regard, and as already said, this is one of the where we can cooperate because the infrastructure is pretty expensive and there are certain country limits. Trump signed an agreement, and we need to coordinate this agreement, and there's no point in competing in the infrastructure. Well, another matter that we already passed, and we would like to gain a more detailed answer. Kazakhstan, at least in our infra field, always appears in this topic of the geostationary satellites and G2D when the signal goes not to a special receiver but directly to the phone itself. Amir, could you please share your plans? So we heard about the INVAP and the school plans, and please share your plans in this regard. Well, in general, our colleagues spoke about it. There is an understanding that the emergence of so-called GCO operators will change the telecom market, the industry itself. With respect to the consumers' experience, there will be a significant difference, and the signals that you can receive from satellites, this opportunity did not exist before. I'm talking about the quality parameters and not about other technological things. In January, we launched this project in a pilot mode, and we will roll it out in future. The satellite internet in Telgo trains will be used. OneWeb company provides for the first commercial case in trains. We have a really good feedback. Our colleagues and friends are using it. I tested it myself, and it is very useful to address our day-to-day issues. The internet, the quality of internet that we deliver in trains is enough. If you want to cover internet, to cover the railways with internet completely, it's a very challenging issue. And, the solution can also be there. As I already explained to you, we have also remote villages and rural areas, and there are around 6,500 rural areas in our country. And all our initiatives that are aimed at the development of the fixed optic infrastructure in rural areas explains the fact that we have around 500 rural areas which we cannot cover with it because they are very remote areas and they are in the mountain sites, and we will use the satellite technologies there. With regard to the market development, there are certain conditions, as you probably know. There is a law on the national security and certain requirements, especially with regard to the increasingly high cases of cyber security. This matter becomes more important, and these requirements must be met. Given all these facts into consideration, what we expect is that in 2026 new players will come to the market, and there are certain memorandums already signed, and OneWeb project will be provided on the commercial base. They will provide the services on the commercial base. We have also Amazon company with which we already signed the agreement, and it will fulfill its requirements, and we hope that it will appear in 2026. There are certain issues with the rolling out of the services. I mean, these issues have the company itself, and Beeline also mentioned an initiative for the direct sale. We agreed with them to review this case. In any case, there is an understanding that it will be introduced here. It must be introduced here, and we should not hide ourselves from new technologies, and colleagues will follow. The market is open. I think the frequency regulation of these technologies will allow us to take a positive look when new players will come and check what kind of new operators will provide the services, and not to forget about the regulations. The law on telecommunication, a special chapter will be dedicated to the satellite stations, because these standard satellite stations used to be before Laura Kisat and others. They are extremely different from the technical perspective. Every satellite station require to take special operation permissions not to make interferences to other stations. With the use of the orbital satellite, sensors will be all different. You can install it on your car, and you can drive it across the country. So there is going to be a principle: do not interfere and do not require the protection. We will be regulating this matter. So it's so difficult to keep up with all the new technologies. And now let's turn to the next question. I know that's going to be a very popular question from the audience, and I will ask this question myself. As I was preparing for the session, I read news about the communication market quality in Kazakhstan, and there was a thing that one operator got crazy, and we will check the operators what they are doing. And I would like to ask about the tariffs and their growth, and we would like to start with Evgeny. Evgeny prepared a presentation. Yeah. I hope that after this talk you will resolve this question. So it's a question. It's not a slide. Well, this is not the only popular question we have. There is another popular question. It's goes like this: when the quality will be better. So it also starts with such explanations, but they are interrelated. So they tell like we want a better communication, and we want that the prices are still not growing. I think this is the matter of the arithmetics. Kazakhstan is a very big country with a large population distribution, like 7 people per kilometer, and we are using the VON terminology. We operate in Pakistan and Uzbekistan to what a small number of people per square kilometer means. It means that you don't need extremely more pieces of equipment to cover, for example, 1,000 people. You can see under the density of the population in Pakistan, around 300 people per square meter. One site accounts for 15,000 people, and here one site accounts for 2,000 people. That's a different approach to explain you that you don't have to spend so much money as compared to the neighboring and other states. That was the first important message. And another story is that we do all our best not to revise the price at least once a year, but we revise the prices more frequently, and there is no other option not to revise the prices, because unless there is a compensation for the appreciation of the network will degrade. This is the purpose of this exercise. So this is the statistics. Every industry has its unit of the produced product. In agriculture, they use tons or some cubic meters. In water industry or whatever industries, or in the milk dairy sphere, there are liters of milks. For example, in automotive industry, the measurement unit is different, but we use gigabytes, and we are the only industry where we have not like inflation per unit, but the deflation of unit. 1 gigabyte per year is becoming cheaper and cheaper, and it can be easily explained. Like our colleague mentioned, 30 gigabyte consumption per person is the overall consumption, monthly consumption in Kazakhstan. It used to be 9 before. So we have the figures here. The growth of the internet consumption is very dynamic, is very high. Average global practice is 12 for you to understand it. Well, this is not the information I want to share with you, but I want to tell you the following thing. Just check the news and read what will happen with effect from February 1. There is an information that's gonna be an appreciation of prices for energy, electricity, and check how much the electricity will become more expensive. When I saw the prices, I was thinking like, well, sorry, one side we have tens of thousands of sites, but one site eats as much as the large city in Kazakhstan, and we have 3 networks like this. And the more sites we have, the more base sites we have per site, and the more 5 technology deployment is, the more consumption of the technology of the traffic will be there. So all these things impact the cost of the network, broader coverage, and higher speed. So I checked the statistics. The classific test of the speed in Kazakhstan is almost 54 megabit per second. You are a little bit higher than the average, and Kazakhstan used to be on place 32, and if we check the quality, the speed has improved. Well, and for us to hamper this growth, we have a family proposal. When you buy a family bundle, which is called family premium bundle, it will be much more cheaper for you to pay a family rather than to pay every single SIM card. And we also have the traffic plans for the vulnerable population, for the pensioners, disabled people, students, and others. Well, we have so little time remained, and would you like to comment the issue on tariffs, or we can go to the audience? Well, Alexander wants to add. I fully agree with the statistics. We see the same thing. If we compare the consumption of mobile internet for 2024, it is as twice as ahead of the average receipt. Well, you know what it means? It explains why the average cost per gigabyte decreases. It happens because what the number of gigabytes we generate is far ahead of the prices of internet. So all of us are working in here in business organizations. We are discussing a lot the issues of blind spots of the LTE coverage expansion, 5G coverage expansion. All of us know well the terms like capex to revenue and others. Well, and just to explain the same thing to our shareholders, we have to have a certain level of investments in order to cover the blind spots, and at the same time we check this ratio, and in the settings when the consumption is growing that fast, the growth of the prices is inevitable, and the expectation of prices, what Evgeny mentioned, is one of the drivers, why operators should cope with the growing costs, etc. Well, colleagues, well, I see that there are so many hands. Well, I have to choose the one who will be the first to speak. Well, I see that gentleman over there. Hello everyone, my name is Balad. I have two questions. One technical tiny question. Well, there are so many of those who wish to ask. Well, my technical question is very short. We are talking about OneWeb across railway. We are talking about the blind spots, but why don't we talk about voice over Wi-Fi? The first is the technical and the other is regulatory. In the advent of the new law or the communications regulations, will there be a question on the frequency resources? Because the frequency resource is a renewable resource if you take a look from this perspective. And at the same time, the operators are ironizing. They don't have frequencies. Thank you. Well, the first question with regard to voice over Wi-Fi, we are working on it. The opinions differ. I'll tell you why. I just don't want to call the operator's name, but he's ready to implement it, but other operators don't. And I will explain you why. Because the traffic and calls, they went to the data's journey, and I'm not knowing to what extent it is there. Maybe it is a matter of investments, and from our side, it provides for the amendments of regulations, bylaws, laws, and others. And we are working on this matters. Apologies from the accessibility point of view. Accessibility of voice for aged people. Over Wi-Fi, we mean for the aged people?
It is really difficult to use via mobile phone or Telegram, for example. Well, you know, here I would disagree. My grandma is 82 years old. She uses WhatsApp, and we're quite surprised by that. But at the same time, we need to think about if the senior person doesn't have a smartphone, it means that they don't really have a Wi-Fi. Probably voice over Wi-Fi won't work as well. Well, as I said, we're working on it. Regarding the frequency resources, to be really honest, I didn't really understand the question clearly, but it is the national heritage and it is not renewable resource. How you could renew the frequency, it is chopped up by our rules and bylaws and regulations in ITU, so we actually gather into ITU. We're going to have the next gathering in 2027 where we will identify the future of the 6G. Well, we're working on it because we have a huge layer of the radio frequency which is in old technologies, outdated technologies, as colleague said, 3G. We also have the TV, which has quite a good lower frequency that could be utilized for 5G that will improve. I didn't really understand the question, but maybe after the session we could discuss your proposal. What do you think? Colleagues, there is also another question. I hope that we will manage it in the time that we have been dedicated. My name is Arda. I am the journalist. I have a question. It is not a secret that the main news is that telecommunication is the news on the selling the mobile services companies, and I would like to ask regarding the intentions we have heard in 2024, maybe I would like to address it to Alexander Babic. Do you have any vision of the future of the company? Maybe there are some new or news or updates or rebrandings. Could you please elaborate on that? Well, I have mentioned it in the beginning. We are not going to change our strategy because it had proved itself to be quite successful. And regarding the revenue or the quantity of the users, well, we will try to use the synergy of the PIH, and we will also consider the purchase in Kazakhstan market that will help us to build the capacity and realize our potential. Our strategies will be focused on the AI development. Let's say AI should be sort of, you know, cutting, cross-cutting line, which we call non-core products, that will develop our non-core products. These are the products that are additionally might become the sources of the development, enhancement to our core business. So those potentials, those opportunities for the PIH will also help out a lot. So we are already discussing it with the shareholders. Well, we won't have the global disruptions or the global changes. You shall not expect that. Well, there is another question from the audience. Could you please pass the microphone? Good afternoon, company Tengiz Chevrolet. My name is Amir. So the question is mostly related to Damir. You have elaborated that you're going to construct walls in the Caspian Sea. I would like to know more. Who's the constructor, who's the operator or the group of operators, and what are the deadlines of this project? I would like to know what year at least, and who to follow up with, and try to request information, because and when Microsoft technologies will come to Kazakhstan, infrastructure of Microsoft will come to Kazakhstan. Well, I won't address who you should ask from. He's actually on my right hand. Well, the company Kazakh Telecom had created together with Azer Telecom a company, which is the joint venture. So we established a joint venture where we have already finalized all the legal matters, and we are on the stage of the concluding EPC subcontractors agreement for 2026. It is quite heavy infrastructural project. It is the first time we're going to implement it in Kazakhstan, so I think Nurlan will elaborate on that in details. Well, let me elaborate on that. We are together with Kazakh Telecom. We have already started the research of the desktop study in order to understand what is the structure of the bottom, what is the cable should look like, and what should be the armory, and these works will be finalized in May, and we are going to prepare whole infrastructure for that, and we're going to this ocean cable is quite pricey one. We are and it's also difficult to manufacture. We have already started manufacturing it. We will start logistics. We will start shipment to Kazakhstan. I think good case scenario, next year we will construct it and services will be ready to be used around end of the 2026 and the beginning of the 2027. So active work had been launched. We had some alignment. It's quite a big project. It's intergovernmental project, so that is why we had some, let's say, hurdles to resolve. There was another person who wanted to address a question. Let's give opportunity so that we could be gender balanced as well. First row. Well, it was actually interesting for me to listen to Azure. Well, okay. My question is, We are meeting with mobile operators second year. Last year, I've already asked question on Digital Almaty when we will have stable internet, and I thought that we won't come back to this question. And you have, well, I've already said that there are some gaps, and but yes, you have really explained a lot. And I have a question to the operators that are developing the 5G. What is the necessity? And people are complaining to 4G. What is in this direction? And what companies now are using these technologies? Why companies are already thriving forward to the new technologies when the old technologies are not that developed? Well, regarding the white spots, we don't have, there is no point of addressing it. Well, when we started constructing 2,500 foundations and bases, they have, the foundation is the 4G, which is the undisruptible 4G and 5G chains, which means that we have constructed, well, 2,500 4G and 5G stations. So I could say that it's available for the 5G technologies. Why we are exiting? Because there's an increase of the consumption. We have different strategies. Evgeny has its own strategy and opinion. We, in the consortium, had purchased those frequencies, and we have business cases. And we need to try to return all the investments that we made in the high-dense population places. Of course, the traffic is different. And of course, we understand that for the area, for those places where tend to be crowded, the cross sections, all of the places where we have high density, high population with a high density. Thank you so much for your answers. We are run out of time. All the operators' press services are going to be here. You can address questions to them. I would like to express gratitude to our speakers, to audience. It is pleasant to see that audience is fighting for the microphone in order to address their questions, and I would like to express gratitude to all of you. Thank you.
В Freedom Super App есть все. Уникальная валюта Freedom, программа лояльности с самыми высокими кэшбэками на рынке и реферальная программа с классным вознаграждением. А еще абсолютно все необходимые банковские продукты и услуги. Еще в приложении можно купить билеты на самолет и поезд, в кино и на концерты, и даже заказать продукты. С нашей программой лояльности можно получить до 30% кэшбэка в экосистеме Freedom и до 7% где угодно. Все, что для этого нужно, повышать свой уровень, и кэшбэки ваши. А еще кэшбэки придут в инвестиционной валюте Freedom. Она привязана к акции нашего холдинга на фондовом рынке и растет вместе с ней. А значит, ваши кэшбэки будут расти вместе с нами. Валютой Freedom можно оплачивать покупки, переводить и совершать любые платежи в приложении. Добро пожаловать в Freedom Super App.
Салем, это наша команда. А это наш офис. Мой любимый маршрут.
Это точно наш маршрут? Дорогу покажешь?
Это же наша песня. Хватай подруг, мы флексим, мы шире круг. Я знаю, ты хочешь тусить.
Сегодня моя первая зарплата. И я решил.
Папа.
Ой, Рахмирджан.
Сендердікі баста.
Мой заказ. Кайф.
Мені жұмысымның тақырыбы.
Наше такси.
Біздің бақылау жұмысымыз дәптер парақтарын алыңдар. Алиса! Салем! Салем, Казахстан.
Бекешкайдаровна, включили, кажется, микрофоны. У модератора... А, нет, не включили. Он не включен, да, еще?
opens up huge opportunities. And at the end, here's the link to all our contacts. Follow us, and in future there will be many programs where you can be the part of. They will be introduced very soon. Well, thank you very much. I would like to highly recommend everyone to scan it and to get in touch with Elena if you are dealing with business. Dear forum participants, if you have further questions, please try to remember them, and at the end we will ask these questions to the speakers, and the most efficient and the most adequate question will be awarded with prize. Now I would like to introduce you a very special guest. She's a philologist herself. Currently, she's working in the sphere of robotechnics, and she's even a businesswoman for the development of robotechnics. She's a finalist, the prize winner of the competition. She's the author of the Super Bala project. She's a very decent person. She's a very good individual, and Alia will explain how you can use the artificial intelligence and how you can develop your own brand. I would like to welcome everyone. My name is Razmbetova Alia. The PR, the artificial intelligence tools to develop your personal brand. Just a few words about myself. I'm the leader of the project in Astana, Super Bala project, networking in IPR sphere, and Özgesche.kz. I'm the founder of the reputation management agency. Myself, I'm a philologist. I came here through this sphere within 2 months of free of charge training. We should develop startups, and about the academy, I just want to tell you a few words about it. This startup. So I just want to tell you about Super Bala project. Among children and adolescents, there was an assistant bot for parents and their children in terms of prevention. And after IT sphere, I joined this association of techno women. This is a non-profit organization, Techno Women, which brings together IT women, digital, telecommunications, media, fintech, edutech, health tech, biotech, ecotech, and others. Now I'm dealing with the development of my personal brand. So if you are the entrepreneur and if you want to develop your personal brand, now we offer is a serial businesswoman. Demele Kwandik is her name. She's the founder a practical masterclass. Damili, please. So I had a number of video files. Thank you very much for waiting. Okay, meanwhile we are waiting, let's clap our outstanding, beautiful businesswomen. And maybe you can introduce you our audience. Meanwhile, we are trying to set it up. Now I would like to wonder, is there anyone in this hall who is dealing with your own business, who runs your own business? Is there someone? Okay, and who is IT professional? And who wants to become an IT professional or use AI actively in your professional day-to-day activities? Wow, cool. And is there anyone here that uses at least one of the products daily? Everything is fine here. There is no sound. Okay, guys, please help us with all this. There are very good, interesting reels. Okay, let's try this way with no sound. Okay, you can see my AI assistant on the screen. Her name is Zena. I will tell you more about her. She speaks Kazakh very well. She has an European appearance. She speaks Kazakh fluently and perfectly. We taught her in such a way that she speaks Kazakh perfectly, and if you follow the QR code in my contacts, you'll be able to hear her. Well, my name is Daimele Kondik. Zena introduced me. I'm a serial businesswoman and an investor and the communication Connexi Group CEO. We are delivering the Kazakh brand in Central Asia. We deliver international brands to the Central Asian market. And I'd like to talk about the AI in the creative industry, about the development of new brands. I can see that the audience is very intriguing here, very outstanding women, and I would like to interact with you in a masterclass format, and if you allow me to do so. Well, I can see that many people are somewhat tired. Okay, let's cheer us up. Let's do the following thing. I invite all of you to scan the QR code that you can see on the screen. And well, in a few seconds or maybe minutes to create your masterpiece, melody or composition. It can be a song for your friends or it can be an anthem of your project or a commercial entity. And now let's scan the QR code. Please go to the website. So create, so then you press on create. You print right prompt in the song description of what you want to create. There can be a congratulation text or your company's anthem. We see that anthem for women, and then we can see what's gonna be at the end. And while the composition, the song piece is being created. This AI works as a private psychologist, nutritionist, financial, fitness trainer, household assistant, and gynecologist. So these platforms, such as descriptive, Talda, site and work presentation, and others. So this platform, Luca, provides for the design logotype. These platforms allow you to create cool, outstanding materials for your content and for your work. AI is an outstanding tool that measures the emotional state of your team. I propose to save all of this. Find you an SMM designer, producer, assistant, or others, or everyone who create content. So the ones who are interested in the content development, what do you really need for this? This is what you need to explore. What hampers you to do so? So it allows you to save time, to automate processes, and you can also use it to start exploring a new profession. So you can see DeepSeek, Benshi Bailam, KepCap, and others. And then I would like to deliver you and present you Zena. She speaks Kazakh fluently. We trained her. It was created with this linkage, and you can create Zen by yourself. What Zena does, she is 24/7 online with our clients. She sells our company services. She shares positive and useful materials to our existing and potential clients and to our audience as such. And she reminds our audience and our potential clients of us. And today each of you can create a Zena like this.
So the link to is the Pulse Plus, the ChatGPT, Send Pulse, Instagram or Telegram, so any kind of social network. What does it give? So we are teaching ChatGPT, we upload there the PDF, and we try to teach whatever we want to teach. You could see the work of the chatbot. This is my project, my own project. It's the ecosystem for women in IT. So in the next slide, you can scan the QR code and try to go to our website. If you will type Neuro, you will receive a guide This is very useful guide, so that is why I would like to ask you to scan this code. So guide on neuro photo shoot. It's a huge trend. You don't need to use the different locations, create locations, so and a makeup, etc. So you cut the expenditures. You pay $10 and try to have impeccable photo shoot. And you could also have commercial photo shoot like this. These are the photos that are generated in our neuro network. And if you could see, most of the things are quite true, and it does have a relevance to being truthful. And we will also give it to you. This is the link number 3, is the GPT Leonardo and Runway. So, as my colleague had already elaborated, this is about TikTok monetization. So this is very interesting life hack that I would like to share. TikTok is promoting content which is multimedia content, and any multimedia that had been created or empowered by artificial intelligence. And you could actually purchase the French account, for example, then you could link to Midjourney Runway and then create a content. Okay, we are wrapping up. So you can see women that we have created by AI. This is really, this one of the person is actually is on the commercial of the jewelry, and you can see a romantic scenario had been depicted. So we could see today the opportunities are limitless. So another link is the CapCut Sana and Sana that we have just used, and TikTok. You could also take a picture of it, and I would like to elaborate on where generally we are going in the creative industry is going. So I have already mentioned that bloggers are creating the visual content that they are sharing in a social network, and it's indeed nowadays are attracting huge attention. And as an example, Ithana Lopez, for example, she has impeccable collaborations with different brands, and well, this is artificial character, virtual character. She earns $11,000. And she has impeccable collaborations with a company. She doesn't need to rest. She doesn't have a maternity leave. She doesn't need to. She doesn't have a writer. She doesn't need to sleep, eat, etc. So you can create models like this. Well, overall, if we are trying to go to the industry, it's the AI cinema, movies, and now we are trying to cut expenditures on location construction, and we are creating movies. So these are the 2 examples that had been AI empowered, so powered by AI. So this is what we are doing. This is what we are going to do. This is how we are going to utilize AI. What music you have created? You have composed a musical piece, and we could see how, what do you have, what are the results. We could see 2 tracks, and it's on the website sana.com, and what we can now choose our masterpiece. Girls, please try to use technologies, be involved. And now I have already shared what links and what combinations of the applications you can use. I'm open for any kind of proposals. So how do you like this piece? Thank you. Thank you, Damelia. A round of applause. This is something that I really call useful. Let's express our gratitude. I bring my apology. Organizers have connected sound. Do you think we can hear Zena? Good afternoon. I'm Finteria company's virtual assistant. Today, I am representing Dameli Kwane, who is the creator, my creator. Are you ready to delve into the information that I would like to share? We work in the creation of the content. We know all the practices because we are the owners of the best practices. Please pay attention to serial entrepreneur Dameli Kwane. Well, the time is flying by, so we would like to express our apologies, and I would like to introduce next speaker Oljana Spanova. She is Digital Development Center's Director. Oljan is going to express her thoughts on trends and what professionals and experts and talents we will need in this area. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. This is the first time I'm speaking Kazakh, so I need your support. So when I was a little kid, I did learn Kazakh, but since I'm from North, I never used Kazakh with my friends, let's say. So 2 years ago, I started learning ChatGPT with the help of ChatGPT. So I started learning Kazakh by using ChatGPT. Unfortunately, I have been visiting so many cities, but we had audience where we had to give simplified information. Since Dameli had already gave you information, and it's a sod's law. We have professionals and experts here, so I guess I don't need to simplify. But I will go through the artificial intelligence chronology. It is one of the technologies that is rapidly changing and progressing. We know that once we stop, we are degrading. Every single year is very important. Don't be afraid of the technologies. IT, you are the goddess. You are creating new lives. I think you can create programs. It's not a big deal, to be really honest. Just sit down and try to dwell yourselves into it. Why do I love AI? Why do I really like it? Because AI gives us opportunities that we never dreamt of. Because this is the relations between machines, technologies, with us. So that is why artificial intelligence is actually something that is eradicating all of the barriers. You don't need to learn Python, C++, etc., because we know so many coding and programming languages. You just need to know how this tool works. Why am I showing you this chronology? Why? Because since we started conceptualizing the idea of AI so that AI can think, we started thinking about in 50s actually. In 2000s, the AI started applying what it knows. So we know that AI will change very quick. So we know that nowadays we've been actually talking about ChatGPT, but we know that there are new two languages and programs and applications that are widely used, and they actually far more better. So AI, if you think that you're not in AI, you are still in AI. At least you generate data. Even if you don't do anything with AI, you generate data for AI. So, which means that you are dealing with AI. So all the routes of the taxi, cab services, everything. So that is why it is important to know how does AI work. It's not quantum physics. You don't need to create new formulas. You don't need to apply those formulas. You just need to know what the buttons and when to press them. It's not that difficult, believe me. We do have IT in Kazakhstan. We do have AI in Kazakhstan. But let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's start using services, but in Kazakh language. 2 years ago, our government had expressed initiative and launched initiatives that I worked in. And if you look at OpenAI, Yandex, for example, they started communicating with us in Kazakh. Before that, we never had this opportunity because AI was limited with only English-speaking audience. Even the Russian-speaking audience was very, very small, tiny, teeny. So 2 years ago, AI started speaking Kazakh. So you need to generate high-quality Kazakh content. It's in your hands. Last year, we started elaborating on it, and we adopted a concept. There are 6 areas. What for you as not professionals who are interested, who are responsible for the IT industry? First, it's the human capital or capacity building. Girls, not only girls, boys as well. Or Tech Orda, for example, Tech Hub, for example. Any Kazakh citizen can become the part of it. You don't need to start doing something. Damali had already created a foundation, and you will know what to do and try to dig out and become a part of this area. If you cannot participate, if you cannot, for example, apply, you cannot lay out the documents or something, you can find information in English, or you will find YouTube subtitles. You will understand if you'll be interested in it. So this is the first thing. Another thing is Astana Hub. Astana Hub has accelerators. If you are working in IT, AI, or you would like to use those, and you would like to use aforementioned technologies, you can actually go to Astana Hub. You can find those who are, I would call, like-minded people. So it is not something that I would say that people would just describe as a hitting a wall or the glass ceiling sector. It is the sector where you can break through. Another thing is the data. Well, government does improve the quality of data, and these are the areas that we are developing with the initiative of the government. And I would like to recommend, please start collecting data and digitalize yourself. You'll be amazed how unproductive you were, actually. Start digitalizing yourself, finances, or digitalizing your timetable or schedule or something, and start asking ChatGPT for free, for example, what to do with it, and then and how to use it, and how to come to efficiency. The next one, as Damili had already expressed, I have prepared practical websites. I unfortunately didn't have time to create video, Any person here can create website. Unfortunately, they're in English. Our audience actually use Kazakhstan tilde, but there are more of a complicated websites. The only one thing they have language fonts, and unfortunately, fonts in Kazakh language are limited, and there are some constraints. Partially, they work on subscriptions, and some of them might be free of charge. WordPress, for example, the landing website for your small business, it could be done within a couple of weeks. It's max 2 weeks tops. If you will find someone who already had done and paved the way, I think 2 days will be more than enough. How do you work with texts? It is for the topic, if, for example, who experienced being abroad and trying to looking through the Google Translate to the texts. If you did do that, you are the part of AI. Well, we know that the copywriting, the correspondence exchange, it is something that you are already interested in, and you can use AI, and you can know the dialogue. For example, you can type in the prompt and know what dialogue did take place, and you can even monetize. It is going to be complicated, but still, all of this media that Damili had shown, my friend had sent her music pieces to Ed Sheeran, his group, his team, and she already had written a text and had created all of the music pieces, and now they have correspondence. So this person here who is applying the makeup here is generated by AI. If you, for example, sell the jewelry, you don't need to hire a photographer. You just use AI, and then you can place as a professional. And you can see the picture. You just can type in this and another word, and then you can share the content. This is going to be unique content. We didn't have that before. You don't need to buy it. So the issue of the copyright is actually resolved. Thank you so much for your attention. Oh, I would like to add one more thing, just 1 second. Before buying any service, try to know why. First of all, you need to look at it, do the research, conduct the research, then try to test it, because each subscription, any application, any service will have the trial period. Once you will have the payment period, that's it. Why you would pay $20 if you could use for free for some time in order to understand, do you really need it or not? Don't be afraid of AI services. Don't run away from technology just because you're a woman. Be happy. Thank you. Thank you, Jean. The next floor, I would like to give a floor to a person who will elaborate on healthcare and how exactly AI going to change healthcare. So Asalzadeh Satay is going to elaborate on that. Asalzadeh Satay. She is the head of the Aventa startup. She's the owner of the startup. Aventa, please, the floor is yours.
Добрый вечер, участники.
Good evening, dear participants, dear colleagues. That's a great pleasure for me to be among the women who not only observe the changes in their industries, but actively shape them. You would agree that over the past 2 weeks there have been many changes. The largest technological companies are the part of the political processes which testify the development of future technologies. At the same time, the language model of DeepSeek from China has made a great breakthrough, that the artificial intelligence is not only limited with the US, and every country, including China, can develop their artificial intelligence. And Kazakhstan is not an exception. We have indeed all chances to develop the artificial intelligence and export it, because we have a very strong mathematics and physics school. Our guys are in top 20 ratings and classifications for mathematics. Me, as a graduate of MFisha, observed their talents at schools, and now those talented guys already work in our team. Furthermore, the R&D salary will be cheaper for Kazakhstan rather than in the US. For example, the ML specialist salary will be 10 times cheaper than in Kazakhstan. But at the same time, it does not prevent us from delivering a high quality product. We also realize that the scientific and technical processes change not only the economy but our lives too. The experts evaluate the global AI market of 200 billion USD. At the same time, it's worth mentioning that the healthcare is one of the important industries where the AI is used. It is all because AI technologies, MRI technologies are widely used, and there are also challenges in how to interpret these pictures, X-ray pictures as well as MRI pictures, and there are also issues with the lack of X-ray experts, because multi-years training is required, high concentration is required, and sometimes there is a risk because of their tiredness they can make the diagnostic failures. Well, if you don't diagnose the errors in time, it will lead to serious diseases that will be very costly and will be very beneficial for pharmaceutical companies. And the alternative is to deliver regular diagnostics and deliver checkups and detect diseases at early phases. The dentist area is not an exception. On these pictures you can see the mouth, and there are many structures as teeth, channels, roots, cavities, and the gums and others. It's so difficult to detect everything, even all those challenges and cavities, and the eye may help dentists to detect those diseases as early as possible and very cost effective. Could you please return my presentation? Well, the iDentist startup is designed for that. So there are AI solutions for dentists. We've been working since 2022. We have gathered a big base of talented guys, and we have already issued the first product for orthodonts. So we deliver our products for different dentist universities of Kazakhstan. So our purpose is to minimize the risks of wrong diagnosis of the images, X-ray images, MRI images, and to improve the trust of the patients to the doctor, and the incomes of clinics are increasing. I'm not only developing iDentist as a technological product, but I also wanted to tell and to make sure that all women can be leaders in AI sphere. Meanwhile, they can transform this era. They can make difference. Well, at least the last slide there are contacts there. For the sake of fairness, that's better to study this way because that's the best textbook for the grammar. That's the best grammar textbook for your language. So the artificial intelligence is helping to understand what kind of tools to use, where to go, etc. I also gave an assignment to ChatGPT prompt so I can dedicate 2 hours a week for this and that. For example, I know this, but I don't know that, and I can make emphasis on those professional spheres. That's why please recommend me the text resources and etc. and so on and so forth, and prepare me the syllabus. Once the AI has delivered of that, not the perfect from the first time, I tried that at least, and half of the links were to the something wrong, but the half were okay because they have hallucinates all those AIs. And then I decided to take the English-speaking text and translated them into Kazakh, especially the Kazakh literature, and started reading it. For example, I don't know what kind of things are called in an AI sphere because you learn and you read the literature and you use the English terms to understand the concept, and at least you know what it is all about, like this. And can you use the artificial intelligence to teach your 4th and 5th grade school children? Well, it can help you if you are a teacher and at least you have the teaching skills. How GPT is helping us, why it's so popular, why all people are talking about AI, despite the fact that artificial intelligence were 200 years ago. So the right thing is to give the right assignment. For example, let's play these things in the poem. And the only thing that you might fail is that the Kazakh language is a low resource level, and there are so little digital resources. We are just a small droplet in the ocean. That's why it does not respond well. But if you develop the AI generative tool in Kazakh, we will become better. So I'd like to add one thing to that. So at our platform, we deliver many master classes, and the question is where to press, where to go, and we spend several hours for those master classes. And just process to Techno Woman, and during the panel session, we just demonstrate you what is possible, and those master classes take place weekly on different topics: how to design content, how to write a story, and then join us, and all the questions will be answered very detailedly. And finally, Liza Turkenovna has joined us. She was moving a lot around this building because the security guard did not allow her from the first attempt. But there's no point to introduce Lezat. She is the chairman of Ordbasi Bank, chairman of the board, PhD. Lezat Orkenovna, please, the floor is yours. Dear participants, dear Ladies and gentlemen, well, I will be very fast because I'm short of time. For example, here is my mobile phone and here is the basket of my last purchases, of my last 25 purchases. Okay, the introducing of the AI in the business practice, Zin, Min, how Alibaba is using the artificial intelligence in business, network corporation and data analysis, Berges, artificial intelligence for your business, evaluation handbook. Well, if you're interested, I can deliver you the list of the recommended books. So what I can tell you is that the latest research of the International Monetary Fund suggests that the world has changed and will change dramatically with the use of artificial intelligence. And in the coming few years, almost 89 million jobs will not be longer needed, and some of the professions will completely disappear. You can also see how unmanned taxi are driving across cities, and there are also the personless delivery service, and the market labor is expected so huge transformation that is non-comparable with the latest one over the 100 years ago. It will also impact our business and labor activities because I'm 52 years old, 11 years left before the retirement, but I could be self-complacent, but it does not help me. What I need to study all this, I need to keep pace with the latest trends, and I believe that if some technical parameters of the artificial intelligence use will be able to be best, and if I use my intelligence and my intuition on top, and most importantly my accumulated experience that I possess over my years of service, what will be as a result? It will be an explosive thing in the market. I believe that's gonna be the best thing available for the market. So what I want to tell you is that almost all of us are equal. Just imagine 30 years ago, when I was graduating from the agricultural high school, I remember having an impressive memory. I remembered when the battle of Napoleon with the Russian army took place, or when there was a conquering of the fortress. All those knowledge is no longer needed because you can check everything in Google. And other skills were needed afterwards. So when I graduated from the university in 1994, when a person knew English and mastered Excel, all the doors of all banks of Kazakhstan were open. Those guys went to international departments. They started transactions that dealt with the ladder of credits. They interacted with the largest finance corporations and enterprises that entered Kazakh market. They worked with the credit and lending agencies, and the ones who started in a rural school and studied German could not readjust and adapt themselves, and we were really jealous looking at those people. And now when new young guys go to be employed in our Odbese Bank, Russian, Kazakh, and English is taken for granted when a student and early graduate come to us. And those guys who know how to code in Python and other software tools, they will have the very demanded skills. And what's going to be the advantage of a human? And this is the answer we would like to find an answer to in the coming 2 years. All of us are equal, and this is the beauty of this momentum. And 18 years old girl who is watching our session, and the 54 years old accountant of a large enterprise, both of them are more or less advancing each other in the artificial intelligence sphere. But in a long run, all of us are at the same place. All of us are equal. and only it is all up to us, and it's a huge opportunity for women to be engaged in self-studying, in learning foreign languages, in consuming the content that will enable you to become more competitive. Because the topic of our talk is the women and the artificial intelligence, I'd like to warn some women from the fact that they believe that internet and the artificial intelligence are the same concepts. That is not the case. The most popular word of the last year, according to Times, was the rotten item, or rusty, something rusty with regard to the internet. Okay, 90% of people, what they consume on internet, they consume in media rusty. People check many reels, people read many repeated rot information or rotten stuff. Everything consumes their only resource. All of us are equal to God. You can be born in a millionaire family or you can born in a poor family. It doesn't matter. You can belong to the highest strata of aristocrats, or you can be the representative of an isolated sector, but it doesn't really matter who you belong to. There is an equal sign, and this equal sign stands for the fact that both third, fourth, and fifth person, they have the same amount of time, the time he or she will live in average. And how this person will use this time, this will affect who he or she will become in this life. And this is the piece of information we need to make our children understand. You will not be able to put bans on their mobile phone to make an additional control and supervision of your child, but teaching your child not to consume rotten stuff on the internet, but to find the necessary information on internet for him or her to become demanded on the labor market, to live spiritually and morally, is the duty of us as women. And the latest trends that we observe, the artificial intelligence enable us to do a lot in business. That's why Odbasi Bank is fourth largest banks for the equity, and we have a great number of investors and clients. Those the ones who introduce AI. We wanted to introduce you Kwanish chatbot. Okay, next slide, please. So the name Kwanish itself was chosen for a purpose, because it's gender neutral. There are so many boys with Kwanish name and women with Kwanish name. It is a custom in Kazakhstan. When a name has a positive sense, then you can name both boys and girls with this name. And the chatbot expert is Anton Korchagin. A round of applause to him. He came from a region to Almaty several years ago, and this was his initiative to lead this project himself. So we are aspiring to the fact that every woman in Kazakhstan would have her own house, and the matter of her own residence is very important. And sometimes men blame me of being so much gender oriented, gender based, but I always tell the following thing: if you want to save yourself from the domestic violence, and if I tell the parents to make the first step must be weighed in the following way: you should open a saving account for your daughter in Odbasi Bank, and to save enough money until she is 18 for her to make the first installment for buying a residence. And if to if a young couple wanna create a family, and if they live in an apartment which belongs to a woman, not a single girl will tolerate any domestic violence signs, because there is always a chance to wrap up your things and go to the elevator for him and not for her.
This is something that you should have in your subconscious. So 56%, 0.6 of the bank deposits were opened by women, and 1.4 trillion tenge has been accumulated in women's accounts at Elpasa Bank. 52 million tenge is the maximum amount of the savings on a woman's deposit in Elpasa Bank. You would say that it's quite a low numbers, but at the same time, I want to say that we are working for the middle class of people in Kazakhstan. 58.7% of available loans from the bank were received by women. This idea of gender promotion of the mortgage actually had been also recognized internationally. We had 100 million that we had had received from ADB, the Asian Development Bank, for the implementation of the UMAI program, where the condition is to have only women. So this is the tool for promotion of women in terms of this projects. In 3,660 Kazakhstani women purchased housing, and this project was highly praised in Tbilisi. We had received an award, which is Otbas Bank Gender Champion. That's the name. This is project this was given for the UMAI project. It was the most impressive product. In 2025, we're continuing it. We have good news. The next slide, please. We have concluded and signed with the participation of the Prime Minister and the Asian ADB, the new contract where we will have a loan maximum, which is the 50 million, and the 50 million tenge. The maximum of a family income is up to 950,000 tenge. So girls who doesn't have a deposit account in a bank, now you will know chatbot Qwanash. Please upload it, and tomorrow I'm gonna be waiting for you to open your new deposit banks, and I hope you will buy your apartment, your own apartment soon. So we have 1.3 million users in the updated mobile application. And I would like to say that we had the women developers number is increasing. The graduates of the MIS, the SDU, the Khanishset 5, more and more coming and becoming developers, and more women are coming to us. I really love that this is becoming a trend. I would like to express gratitude to you because you are charging the social network. And whenever men say that this is not women's work, please say that it's purely women's work to develop the programs and applications and technologies. So we are implementing and we are using the project Nauruz, and 78.2% or 3.45 million banking transactions customers made online. 9 million chat processed in the Qwanish chatbot. Chatbot became more intellectual and developed and implemented an AI model based on Amazon Web Services technologies. It provides accurate and informative answers based on an internal knowledge base. We have a huge base on the regulatory bylaws document. Of course, all this shall be translated to simplified ordinary language for those who are not going to read all of the regulatory documents. It is all the alignments and the links, and of course the referrals to the law articles, and these all should be processed. So now we have increased the speed of all of the answers that are rendered because we broke down the database where we have created the topics regarding all of the questions, and we started creating relevant answers. And we have conducted with all of the language models the different projects, and we have translated it to all of the government on the Kazakh language. And I would like to also agree with the previous speaker. It depends on us, dear ladies, because the accessibility of the information is actually up to us. So let's feed the Kazakh language. So we actually understood one thing. When you are translating from Russian to Kazakh, there are many, many mistakes in stylistics, and sometimes some of the mistakes that doesn't give opportunity to logically trace the different mistakes. But when you start translating from Russian to English and from English to Kazakh, you will see that the quality of the information is actually really improved. So this is life hack from our developers. So now we have 1,500 employees who are participating in this project. We are analyzing all the feedback and everything what we look at that we see illogical, for example, and we try to tune in all the information. We try to upgrade everything, and we meticulously check and review all of our work, and we will be ready to launch our product. And now we have let's say training period, that because we analyze all of the requests and prompts. The next slide, please. We would like to teach our product to calculate and estimate the loan amount based on the client's remuneration and assessment indicator. We also try to teach to forecast how much the user could save and how the user could increase the credit score and qualify for the mortgage, and whether the user is eligible to apply for a certain mortgage. So at the end of the day, we want our Quanish Eye to create tailor-made personal financial plan that will identify only for you your future. So the full launch of this large-scale project, when will we ready? Second quarter? Is that second half year, is it? As for all of the developers in Agile, right? Agile, they always say that we're going to make it in second, and then tomorrow said, I meant second half year, not the second quarter. Because most of the times they need some additional time for the testing. Thank you so much for your attention. I'm very happy that I managed to come here to see you, and I think that all of these things are in our hands, and let's become better and smarter. I would like to say that this session comes to an end. I would like to give the floor to Aziza Shurjeva. I know all of you are tired. I knew that I'm gonna do the heavy lifting and be at the end, so that is why I actually gave the opportunity to my digital duplicate and to make the presentation. I'm gonna do my makeup. We are using new technology, and we are living in a world where we have AI, which is the essential part of our life. And we can see that AI is improving day by day. We understand that artificial intelligence opportunities are something that we should utilize. So I would like you actually can also apply lotion onto your hand. Do you want some? And you need to know what will be the new opportunities that you could utilize by means of our association. And of course, we can understand that there might be some inefficiencies in our life and day-to-day processes, and that is why we think that this is the assistant that you should use, because opportunities are grand. So this is the time, high time, to merge yourself into this world. And of course, we need to acquire new skills in order to promote Kazakh jewelry crafts as well as other crafts, because we understand that this is the area where women might feel lagging behind. And AI is something also that could be utilized in agriculture, and we understand that the precision is quite high. So we are trying to inspire you to use AI in order to master your skills. This creating new algorithms is in our hands. New technologies and development of new technologies is something where you can contribute as the members of the women's community. We can create society where we women be safe. And this is something that we see as the development area. We can be experts in this field. Another thing that we need to learn is how to protect our personal data. So that is why this is the technology and tool that that could be handy. Dear ladies, AI is not just a testament. It's something that you need to be leader of. New professions, new stereotypes shall be in place. So you need to work with artificial intelligence in order to create new world where you could be active. We transform all the risks into opportunities by means of technology. So that is why you need to subscribe to our social media page and be always updated. Thank you so much. What I wanted to say, using all of these technologies, we indeed can be competitive. We can earn and free some time in order to be beautiful, to glow up. So please join to our movement and let's be healthy and beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you being with us, for allocating time for us, for paying attention. If you're not tired and you have some questions, you can ask questions. If not, then we can finalize the session. Good afternoon. You have shared that AI will work for women. So I would like to ask how we could make algorithm work for women. Create more content, write more, prompt more, interact more to, if you're going to, in order to enter to these fields, you need to be active user. So this is how we're going to increase the share of women. Good evening. Thank you so much for your presentations. All of this is valuable. All of it was valuable, and we also need to think about vulnerability. Most of the times when women become mothers, they are on maternity leave, and this is something that might actually be the reason to lag behind. And in Astara Hub, there is a contest where you could be eligible, which could be eligible for those who have multiple children, and so that not only those women who would like to be in IT, but also those women who from villages, for example, who would like to actually advance in this field. Will there have any social projects to utilize? Yes, we have ITIL. It's a great project that we are conducting 2 years in a row. These are for unemployed women on maternity leave. It's for all of the women where they can advance themselves in IT. And the most important thing is to apply, register, and it also could train itself on low code and the code. And we have also e-commerce, and this year we would like to add artificial intelligence. We had Aliya Razmbetova. She's the graduate of the project ITIL. She was a woman who was on maternity leave, and she requalified, and today she's successful in IT. You could subscribe to our page and track all our announcements. This year we're going to have new format of the ITIL with AI. May I add, please, to this comment, women from the world gender policy perspective, you actually benefiting a lot. There are lots of international grants. If you know English, most of the grants are allocated to STEM professions, so men have to really be competitive, highly competitive, in order to take part in internships. For women, it's going to be easier. Thank you so much. It's superb that we have this project, and we want the ad and promotion of this project to be quite widespread, so that we would know this kind of information not only from the forums, but also it'll be widely spread. I would like to make an announcement. I'd like to express gratitude to sponsors of Avon. Avon is the beauty, it's the purity and ecology, eco-friendliness. Good evening. I'd like to express gratitude to our beautiful, marvelous, impeccable speakers. And I'd like to ask Asalzade Satai. Does these, is it application? No, it's the cloud solutions on a website, and Kazakhstan government and private clinics, do they know about this solution? Yes. Medical universities and students, they can utilize this cloud solution, and they can be authorized. May I know what is the price? It is around 50,000 tenge per clinic per month for each clinic, and it gives 10 blood checks per. Maybe you could talk maybe in a hallway. Do you have any social programs that could help out, could be a great help to the public healthcare facilities? No, we're working on it, and legislation doesn't really allow us. So this is the time when, well, AI is something that is new in the world, not only in Kazakhstan. So legislation is not ready. So the advantage is that we don't work with the public clinics where we need to wait. We started selling B2B, so business to business, to the dentistry. May I please have your information? You can actually come over. Can we have a group photo? Do you mind? Please, all women, please come to see. There's a lady on the right. Quickly, please, quickly. Girls, be quick. Thank you so much for this session, and it's a pleasure to see such women in Kazakhstan. I would like to know support in techno women for startups. I didn't know about this situation because we are going to Qatar, because we break through the Qatar startups, and we could have done it here. And how could we know more about the startup support program? Thank you so much. We have done awesome mentorship program for support of the startup programs. We group startups according to the areas that they're involved in, medtech, edtech, for example, and then in a smaller group. So we discuss startups. If they have problem with the interaction with the government bodies, if there are problems with someone, we help out with GR, PR, and other issues. So you can join us. And in any case, on behalf of all women, you will find awesome mentors, those who will support you, take you, financially consult you, because women support women, and we can always support you. I'd like to add regarding startups, to be well, we also have contractual obligations. We have 13 international funds, and of course we also have the local ones. And to be really honest, we didn't have women startups that I could really recommend. And all the time I receive questions regarding eligibility, but this is the opportunity. Once we will have startups that will be on a very good level and be eligible for the support, we can send to the international funds.
Well, thank you very much. And on that, let's make a group photo together with the audience. They stayed until the end, until almost 7 p.m. A very short question, then the Yeshiva. So I have a question with regard to the motivation programs or incentives and other monetary benefits for the startups to grow, for a person to go to the mentorship, and probably some guys who support the product will emerge, and the ones who can attract first investment. But the mentorship and trackership are guaranteed, and when it comes to investments, we can also help you with that. Well, it depends on a startup to find those investments, and of course you are always welcome. Everything is individual, but meanwhile there is a mentorship and trackership and other investment opportunities and the state support. But nevertheless, we are elaborating a huge project that will provide for a comprehensive program, and meanwhile it is designed for students. It will be introduced very soon. Sir Sakar Bekovic announced that in another session, which is called Digital Bridge, is called ISA. Now we attract a huge number of mentors and professors from Stanford, IIT, Berkeley, who will teach, as well as the mentors from Silicon Valley, who will deliver different cases and trainings. And all of these programs are designed for different students, for graduates, postgraduates, PhD, and others. And it will be free of charge, and I advise you to track the fits, and we will deliver that free of charge, because the government paid, it is publicly paid project. And just subscribe us, follow us on our pages, my page, Techno Woman page. Check the updates, and all the details will be provided. The only thing you need is to read and to be the part of it, and that is it. Okay, let's take a picture. I'd like to invite everyone to the stage to make a group photo. Thank you.
Оттуда сфотографировать. Чтобы надпись видна, Digital была. Все?